Friends, we would like you to take your seats, and actually in 2 minutes we will start our event.
Приветствуем вас.
Welcome, dear guests. For the welcoming remarks, the floor is given to the senior partner of the Center of Strategic Initiative, Kudaibergenov Oljas. Please, the floor is yours. Dear community, hello. Thank you for dedicating your valuable time and being with us. Today's forum has a lot of interesting questions and discussions. I hope it will be interesting to you. I welcome all participants of the forum. Thank you for finding time to come to this forum. I hope we'll have a very interesting and insightful discussion today. This forum is dedicated to the image of the future, how it will change in the next 7 years, what Kazakhstan should become in 2029. It will be the topic of the first session. On the second session, we will discuss with the participation of Nasib Taleb the scenario of the geopolitical future and the black swans for the next period. Then we'll discuss top 7 reforms that are the most important for the implementation for the next 7 years. And on the fourth session, we'll discuss the migration challenges of the future. Thank you once more for coming. For each who is in the room, you can indirectly take part in the discussion. Each session, 10 minutes prior to the completion, there will be a survey. On the screen, you'll see a QR code, and you'll be able to respond to the survey. And we present as a shocking forecast, but I would like to warn you in advance that the likelihood and possibility of those forecasts is less than 1%. It's done to see what are the possible black swans. And in those 10 forecasts, there will be one forecast, and the likelihood of that is over 1%. And you'll see it for yourself what forecast it is. Now the floor is given to the moderator of the first session, Mr. Kanat Sakharyanov. Dear guests, dear colleagues, welcome to the Forum of the Strategic Initiatives. With that, on today's event, we are discussing very important topics, ideas. Our speakers are ready, I believe. And without further ado, let me start. As the forum is announced open, I would like to invite our speakers to the stage. Mr. Timur Turlov, please take your seat. Mr. Baghdad Musin. Mr. Timur Suleymanov. Mr. James Robinson, please. Mr. Oljas Kudaibergenov. And Almaz Jali. We have been thinking over the right way to start this panel session because, you know, in the tradition of the Kazakh nation, people who are from far, they are given the first floor, and we will show the respect. But after discussion, we have come to the joint conclusion that the first floor should be given to our young people, our youth, because we are talking about the future today. The future is in the hands of our young people. I would like to announce that Mr. Imanbek couldn't join us online, but yesterday we connected and we could take his answers to our questions. So he still will be virtually with us through responding to the questions. And we say the smartness is from the young age. I would like to give or ask my first question to Almas Jali. Almas, you are 28 years old and you are quite successful. You are on our market thanks to your project called Brave Talents. You managed to concentrate around yourself a lot of interesting people and communicating in this circle of talented people. What image of the future Kazakhstan do you see? How do you see it for yourself in the prospect of 7 years? Hello, dear community. Thank you for invitation. It was unexpected to be the first one to speak. My name is Almas Jali. I represent the company Brave Talents. We are doing directing Irina Kairatovna, 91, 200 bloggers for over 3 countries. We have branch in Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. Media and creative culture is being developed by us. As for the image and how we see the country, I cannot say for all. We have some notion. 3 years ago, when there were elections, and we always got contacted by the managers of the country and the bloggers. They were not very much willing to take part in the political life of the life. Now we observe different, maybe they've grown and matured, but they got interested in being part of the politics. In Seoul, we talked with the manager of Billie Eilish, and she said that Billie is openly supporting or not supporting certain initiatives such as going to elections and so on. The same we observe in the residents of the creative industry. They got more interested in politics and the image. The way I see it, I would like the country to have certain strategies that is not changing every 2-3 years, and we are not hiring McKinsey every 2 years to spend $100 million to have new drawing by them. And this strategy should have its goals and the key factors of success and the ways of achievement. Of course, from our field, we believe in creative economy, creative industry, why it needs to be developed, what is happening in creative industry. The field is very mismatched, disrupted. You don't see it. But if you see export of the products and outputs of creative industry, Imanbek, Skriptanat Jakhalit, we are directors, and gross net is about over $100 million, but there is no structure yet. What we are trying to do in the image of the future, we would like to contribute ourselves and the shape. Baghdad Musin, we've been discussing for long with him. There is a Astana Hub and there is an investment, and the future of the investment is a key factor is IT. IT receives a lot of investment, preference of subsidies. We want to do the same with the creative industry. We don't need new tools. There is Astana Hub. We want to be in Astana Hub. We want taxes be lifted. We don't want any subsidies. Now 98% of residents of creative industry don't pay any taxes, but over 500 million USD is only 6 labels in the last 3 years. Imagine if we digitalize and connect it to Asana Hub permanently or non-permanently, and we understand how many movies we are shooting, why it is increasing, and taking your question, what is the future? What is the future image? One of the tools is creativity, because if we digitalize, we will become South Korea, who who earned 10.3 billion USD only thanks to 4 K-pop groups. I'm not talking about Netflix here. You know how everything is developing. The movie I'm getting over 30 years. We had a record in 10 days. It was the fastest shot movie. Last December it was issued, and the budget was 72 million tenge. We don't spend billions for certain products. However, output and outcome is over 10 million. The video Blue Flag, which was shot after the January events, we were criticized for it, being told that we are invested by the government, but we did it for our own money. And the video had over 20 million views. Creativity is being revived, and it is already exported. And imagine if we support it, development of the creative industry in Kazakhstan will be boosting. Yes, you managed your cooperation with the Ministry of Digital Development. Baghdar Musin is known as the innovator, as a very progressive minister, which overjoys us. Among your guys, probably you discuss political figures and activists. Let's imagine if one of them becomes decision maker in Kazakhstan. Do you have some examples of people in Kazakhstan saying that if we appoint them to the government, to the central office, that they will change things for the better? Specific personalities, can you name them? Well, personalities, my relatives probably. My mother says always that I am the best. My mother's version of me is something very different. Well, actually, if to be serious, I'm not so absorbed. I cannot name the personalities. Timur Muratovich Baghdad, it's graduates of the Kazakh-Turkish Lyceums or Balashak or Pavlodar. People, I think they are those whose need is not to be memorized. Such person who doesn't have the need to popularize, to be populist, they will do something more. They will not be afraid. We know political tools very well. When certain decisions are made, to be praised, to be encouraged, to be popular, to get the support. But at some stage, they need to do something that will not be understood. It's like when you give a child injection or bitter pill, child will be running away and crying, but it is necessary to recover. That's why I think people who should be nominated, they need to be those who are over their personal reputation. And I think the graduates of Kazakh-Turkish Lyceums who are really thinking about the country, who are not trying to benefit, who do not play political games. Being in media and PR, we often receive requests to work with civil servants to improve their image, and we see that how very much short we are, that there is the really shortage of people who are not after praise, who are not after some populist reputation, who are for the country. You cannot create it with the media tools. You are either such person or you are not. And we see, and we have the audience for CIS, 200 million views. We are ready to support those people. And there are already, I will not name them, not to promote. However, we believe there are groups of people who, thank you. I'm very happy that I gave floor to you first, and it breaks the templates, the two concepts that I've heard from you. First of all, our young generation is not having idols. It is very important, and I'm sure we will not have the cult of the personality or worshiping one person. Secondly, there is a common interest. You mentioned Kazakh-Turkish lyceums. My son graduated Kazakh-Turkish lyceums, and we see how they interact, that one is in need, everyone is helping him. Now, colleagues, I would like to look at the answers of Imanbek, DJ Imanbek. We'll see his video responses and listen to the questions that I was asking him yesterday. By the way, with James Robinson yesterday when we were talking, he told us that he's mad about Imanbek and that his children also listen to Imanbek, that he's very popular in US and so on. And I think it's a very nice thing to hear for us as for Kazakhstan. My question to Imanbek was, Imanbek, you are 22 years old. You just started adult life, but already achieved world recognition of your talent. You are working in 2-3 countries now. You and your generation looking into the future with optimism and hope. How do you see the image of future Kazakhstan and how countries shall change in the next 7 years? Don't pressure young people. Don't force them to do what they don't want to do. If you want our guys to achieve certain success in culture and research and science, just untie their hands. Don't create barriers. If you read morale, it will only irritate. If they need advice, they will come up to you and they will ask for this advice. I apologize. There was a technical issue. That was not a... Hello, it's Imanbek. Thank you for your question. I work and live in different countries of the world, and home is sweet home. When I come to Kazakhstan, I always observe certain changes. I notice them, and it makes me very happy. I think Kazakhstan shall be loud in the good meaning of this word, so that our country is known and respected in the world, so that Kazakhstan is a peacemaker. How country should change in 7 years? Country should give opportunities, because according to my observations in the regions, there are a lot of talented people, and it's true. I think our government shall come up with some solution so that these talents can be developed. We have a lot of smart guys who work in Facebook and Google, in many other places, and I was told, I also read myself, I have friends who we studied together with, and they found themselves, they learned IT, and they are earning a lot of money now. Our Kazakhstan citizens, our Kazakhstan people, they are very good at, they are very good at thinking in IT language. I hope our IT companies can create unicorns. I want Kazakhstan to change in the 7 years in the way, so not only we want to return to our country, but foreigners who know about Kazakhstan also want to visit and see it and live in it. Well, the first response, the very first response was that the elder generation and those who are in power, please don't deter us, don't hinder us. And my question was, my second question was, what should elder generation do to boost the enthusiasm of young people so young people believe in the future and contribute 100% and don't spare themselves so that we have good future. Don't pressure us. Don't force young people do what they don't want to. If you want our young people achieve certain pieces of success in the culture and in the science, untie their hands, just don't create the impediments. You only irritate by the lectures, and if they want advice, they will come up to you and ask for this advice.
Правильно, отлично.
Perfect. Excellent. And actually, I recall happy stories that Imanbek was lucky. And I always ask myself the question whether he was lucky. But the luck always could be with us, and the guy was not lost, and now he is located in the US, and that means that he is a hard worker and a talented one. And you heard about our young guys, and Imanbek and the first speaker was always talking about IT, the advanced technologies, and that's why the next question I'd like to ask Baghdad Musin, the Minister of Technologies, and you are in the front of our digitalization program, and I think that the digital development sector always looks ahead. And moreover, here it's important that the consciousness defines the future technologies, or future technologies define our consciousness. And that's why we'd like to listen to your points of view. Tell us, please, in your area of responsibilities, all these digital technologies, development in IT, how it will impact on the future of Kazakhstan. We are now talking about the prospect of 7 years. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kanat. Thanks a lot for organizing such an event. Wonderful that we have such kind of platform where we can talk and discuss and invite very famous speakers. And answering your question, probably, I may say that certainly it's important to have a picture of future. And if we use images, then such a picture always is in place. But I'd like to describe our presence, where we are now. Without understanding where we are now, would be difficult to dream about the future. And Kazakhstan in digitalization actually is in the position where we look very nice. In methodology, in all indices, we look as if we are developed in a wonderful way. And if we look at our current position, the rating of electronic government, we were valued in online services as in the 8th position in the world, which makes us happy. Certainly, there is still a lot of room to work at, and there are bottlenecks, but still the rating is done not by Kazakhstan, but by UN experts. And annually, we need to see dynamics, not just the position. Any rating shows the position at one point of time. And if you understand and look behind, we saw the paper documents, the offices, the bureaucracy, which then stepped into the electronic government. There is integrational approach when we, e-government, provide different state services via electronic platforms. And like in many countries, in most countries, I would say, e-gov is so-called attractor and portal of e-government would be a tool via which the state services are provided and influence on e-field is done. But we decided to demonopolize the portals and brought the e-services via different electronic platforms like Kaspi and Halik and etc. And we created so-called points of access to the government databases via which any entrepreneur having electronic platform can get connected and provide their services. And this is approach that digital platforms, a lot of digital platforms become much more effective finding the ways to provide services at a needed point of time. When, for example, there should be registration or re-registration of the vehicles and properties, you can do it via Kaspi platform in 5-10 minutes without going or visiting any special single window opportunities. And the approach for going into open ABI, you may be connected to the government and get the services. And now banks, before providing mortgage loans, you earlier spent 28 days visiting the bank in order to get such a loan. Now you can do it sitting at home. Certainly, we are proud of all these achievements, but there are still bottlenecks like medical industry that needs the digital transformation. And during 7 years, we will be able to make medicine or medical industry more affordable, and such kind of portals may also be available in medical industry, and any person could be under observation of the state, and the state can show its care, analyzing all the data of the families and of our residents. We will be able to provide proactive services, which means that we know pains of each family, of each person, and know what kind of service be provided to this person or family. And proactive service is a switch to the invisible government, when we do not make people to fill different applications, forms, and etc. And we offer the services proactively. When a child is being born, we send a text with congratulations from the government with one question: what name did you choose for your child? And if you answer that text, then certificate of birth would be automatically issued by the government. And this is a digital document since this year. You should not have this in the hard copy. And where we are now, and I described our position now, there is another side of the coin. In order digitalization going ahead, we need to solve the issue of accessing internet. And in sub-index of internet infrastructure have still a lot of work to be done to do. We are in the 65th position in accessing internet. Then my wish is to make enabling the digital infrastructure, to make it a foundation, to make it infrastructural component via which any resident may get an access to the benefits of the digital world. And if to switch to the question of digital Kazakhstan image in future, and actually I would say the most important thing will be to make a resident a person in the center, to make Kazakhstan resident-centric. When the government and migration police, as well as another government authority, provides their 4-7 documents, they are needed in digital or paper form. And our task of digital government turn to the people and become proactive. When a person answering via his smartphone, yes, no, don't know, answering key questions, after which he is provided with all state services. And I would add one more. In registration of the real estate, there are no problems. You before went to the notary offices and redo your deal and don't go anywhere else. I thought that that's it. But when you registered your real estate, you need also to register in the utilities. And this change of your apartments, when you move into a new space, a new place, you should get registration of your apartment, registration of different receipts you get from the utilities. This approach for the living situations of any resident should become the main port for the digital government. In 7 years, I think 95% will not only be automated, these 95% of services would be proactive, and internet would be accessible everywhere. For any person, any enterprise could get connected via its devices to make the economics digital, that we could be able to read this information from all the sensors and provide conclusions, provide receipts, provide documents, and the government takes decisions not based on different hypotheses or judgment, but when it is based on the data that was accumulated by the state. And this data is accumulated both by the government databases and non-governmental databases. And we may do this tracking from the birth of the resident to marriage of him and to other status of them. And in the digital platforms, non-governmental, this data would be accumulated. That's why we need to interrelate with non-governmental databases. Now we provide them the data, and in the future there will be access to different databases in order to take decisions in a right way based on the preventive analytics. Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, we all are witnesses of such serious digital platforms that are now in place in Kazakhstan. They are respected. We are proud of them. And I saw not long ago a video in Instagram, in YouTube, when you criticized the operators of the cellular communications. I don't want to be a troll, but still, you download different data and see that the mobile operators are very slow for such kind of activities. I'd like to address Timur Turlov. For Kazakhstan, you are quite a unique person, and you are a billionaire, and your family now resides in Kazakhstan. And Mr. Musin was talking about the government creating all the necessary conditions for the business development. And you do businesses in different countries, including Kazakhstan. Now, comparing Kazakhstan with other countries, what are the business doing conditions in Kazakhstan? Are you satisfied with them? Or what image of Kazakhstan you see for yourself in the nearest future? Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. Probably the image of future Kazakhstan in my head looks like digital Kazakhstan. And we see how digitalization helps to solve a lot of different system issues that cannot be solved in a short period of time. And the surveillance system, Sergak, made an order in the traffic, and the traffic police became much more effective without any changes in the global culture of the communities. When we see the iPads in the hands of the traffic police, and when the automatic surveillance was installed in different roads, such kind of digitalization and in other examples help us to work at different imperfections. And if we were not even a leader in the previous stage, like industrial revolution and its transitions, now we got a real chance to become a leader in the economy of talents, in the economy of the human capital, which will help us to implement that rich human capital we have in the country and being based on our digital platforms. As far as we are a young, talented nation of optimists, and this is cool. This is what gives us huge advantage versus other countries where the middle age is quite higher, and it's difficult to name them technical optimists, and people are afraid of technologies and changes that happen, and they are very slowly respond to the challenges, and the product appears that unprecedented in its way. But if we presume that in the US mortgage market was formed maybe 100 years ago, and now it is the largest in the world and was considered as the benchmark and very well developed. Now we see that the technologies that we were able to develop here and integration that was achieved here, and our Kazakhstani IT guys were able to cooperate with our e-government, they help us to make processes that are amazing the U.S. Residents, which inspires me so much. And it seems that for digital creativity now in Kazakhstan, we have the best conditions, and we have the largest number of clients in the freedom holding, and we serve the clients from Poland, Greece, Spain, US, and when we communicate with the mass media, we may see how slowly the transformation happens in their countries, and our products are very competitive in these countries, or even those products that we were able to offer them. And Kazakhstan is perceived now not like an oil country rich of minerals, but most of entrepreneurship communities and countries are judged by the public countries, by public companies that are listed in New York, in London, and it's hard to see Kazakhstani companies from London and easier to see the companies that come for listing. And certainly investors in the world were not able to enjoy with their investments, like investments in the oil companies. And financial stories, in my view, look more interesting, and fintech banks that raised capital in London, in New York, are stories of success, success of Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan is perceived now not only like a country with copper deposits, with oil and gas and other minerals, but the country of talented IT experts that produce products that are worthy of admiration. And that what we do experiments and create things may admire people with their conceptual advantages. And from the first days of my residence in Kazakhstan, I felt this readiness to test something easier and faster and experiment different novelties. And it stays in Kazakhstan and makes it admiring, like our insurance industry is growing and some products become the standards, and different political changes and unique diplomacy landscape and such kind of policies that are in place in Kazakhstan admires me as an entrepreneur and makes me feel optimism and makes me invest in Kazakhstan. So it means that the government does not make impediments but helps to develop. Yes, the government creates these conditions for the development, and any state probably should have some guidelines to use, and we always should find the right approach. And we do businesses in Europe, in the US, and these interrelations with the profile regulators are always different.
You mean that they need to be the clear rules of the game so that business can invest into the future? About the future, we are talking about the future, not about what you had, but in the future. You have come to Kazakhstan, you changed your citizenship. Have you brought your family? Because for us, family is the biggest value. Why? What do you see in Kazakhstan? What rosy future, bright future you see? Yes, it happened in 2011. I came with my family. I live here since 2011, and I'm tax resident. I could see the prospect here, promising areas, and most importantly, for the development of any country, people should see some prospects and promising areas. They need to see that their efforts here will give them more impact, more impactful, that you can achieve something, that you can use your knowledge, that your commodity will be necessary, that it will be in demand. This inspired me on the market 11 years ago, and I still see it. What I would like to wish to myself and to ourselves, and the main trend for the future is the growth of the trust. I think fundamental restrictions are due to we sometimes fluctuate from situation when you can do everything to you can do nothing. Sometimes we run to the meeting, sometimes we shut down completely. And the ability to preserve this trust, ability to believe in yourself, this is something I would like to wish to ourselves and to our monetary regulators, because Kazakhstan has unique opportunity to implement unique chances, to try to take a chance that we can gather talents now. We can get certain niches to implement all our opportunities in the conditions of the social optimism that we have. And we need to believe that we will all use the responsibility and opportunities and will get the support from the state as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. These were very interesting theses. Contemplating about future, for me, it was also critically important to answer to simple things on trust and belief. Now I would like to ask Mr. Oljas Kudaibergen. You have heard a few speakers that we invited to this forum. Preparing for this forum, Kazakhstan 2029, the image of the future. Most likely you had your own image in your head, and given the fact what you've heard, that young people will not tolerate the cult of the personality, that Kazakhstan in its digital development will navigate on people, will focus on families, on people. Business doesn't experience administrative impediments, and they need also to be high level of trust in the community. What is your answer about the future image of Kazakhstan? Has it changed? Fortunately, no. On the contrary, and what makes me happy is my vision of the future is supported and reinforced by the same expectations from young people or those who are successful in business. I have three parameters to define the future of the country. First, we compare our country with other country. The similar country, Canada, or it's a big country with the same density of population like Kazakhstan or Australia. They have reached a big success in development of their country. And sometimes there are other criteria. Switzerland in Europe, in old Europe, which always was neutral to all unions and allies. However, Switzerland also achieved much success. And Kazakhstan geographically is in the middle of the continent and tried to have a multi-vectoral policy. But it's a neutrality, I would say. Yes, it's being neutral to everyone. And this is a geographical navigation. As for the second parameter, what values countries shall have in those 7 years, I define three values. First is, of course, trust. Trust is a key thing. The state shall trust its political civil servants that it nominates, and from the first day, they shouldn't be in some doubtful circumstances that they are suspects. Political civil servants shall feel trust through real empowerments that they have in their positions. Of course, political civil servant with this trust will translate to the people and to citizens. When business receives certain rules of game, when they feel that in the future, tomorrow, they will be suspects, and they try to act in the way so that they are out and avoid such situations. And as a result, the state doesn't trust. It shall trust business, business shall trust community, and community will trust to government. And if you don't trust, there is a vicious circle. In order to stop this vicious circle, the state needs to act. And there is a second value. It's a professionalism. I hope that during we actually had examples, good examples, when I was myself positive about Sanjar Jarkeshev from Kazakh Gas. He absolutely deserves this position. People say about he's young and so on, but this is a case when meritocracy worked well with him. And I think there will be more examples in the nearest years. There is a third parameter. I called passionarity. Passionarity is at any area. For example, we take the utility company. Yes, utility company, the house condominium. To make a house decision, everyone is very passive. They like to conflict. They don't like to do something constructive. I hope this culture will change and will become more constructive and more creative, and our energy will be diverted not to something negative, but to something positive and achieving results. Next, I talked about the values. The next image of the future parameters of the state itself. Kazakhstan, let's say 200 billion. Our labor productivity is 5-6 times lower. It can be over 1 trillion easily with the same population. And I would like not only to show the GDP growth, but with population, we should be not 20 million, but much more. It will create not only stability and revenue for business and for marketing. It's a long-term stability of the state. The more people, the more country can become not an object but subject of the global policy, global politics. Therefore, there should be more of us as citizens, as people. When we talk about state parameters, all population, at least the part of population which is close to the decision making, shall understand when there are global discussions, global issues are discussed, they know where is the direction. And without conspiracy, support each other. Kazakhstan, I think, is we are on the low start, and the capacity of our country is gigantic. I hope that all this capacity will be implemented. There is another aspect. Imanbek, our DJ, 22 years old and achieved success, but when we talked with him, he's so modest, so very modest. All his behavior shows his politeness and good upbringing. Or when we were organizing this forum, it's a difficult task to gather many speakers at one time, at one spot. Everyone has his own schedule. So I would like to thank everyone. At the beginning, we agreed, and this person indeed came, and this is also value. People whom we have invited, they are carriers of certain values. They would like all these values and shall be multiplied and be good example for all our population, for our citizens. Thank you very much. When I received invitation to moderate this panel session and having seen that there will be Nassim Taleb, I right away had a question. We all read the book about Black Swan, and Oljas, my question is to you. Everything is a great forum and speakers, and the audience is wonderful, but my question is provoking question. What is the point for us to think about the future if there is a 1 second, third black swan tomorrow, so many black swans? Well, from a management and administration point of view, administering any country, any structure, you always need to have a plan, even if it's wrong. Even if it's wrong. Presence of the wrong plan is better than the absence of any plan. And the second is you cannot live without hope. Human needs hope. The image of the future is the hope. We always want something good, something better. Therefore, regardless of the negative circumstances inside the country, outside the country, the image of the future is still needed. It's something we need. Thank you very much, Oljas. Dear speakers, I would like at the very end, to address each one of you with a simple question, asking in 1 or 2 words, call the image of the future for Kazakhstan in 7 years. Colleagues, dear friends, now I would like to welcome separately Mr. James Robinson. James Robinson, welcome to you. You all are very aware James Robinson is the co-author of such a wonderful book, Why Some Countries Are Rich and Some Are Poor. This book impressed me much. I understood many processes for myself. in the world, in the geopolitics, in the development of. I forced my son to read that book, and in fact, this book was very fundamental for me because in the past, when I was thinking what will happen with the future of Kazakhstan, I was sure that we are wonderfully and coolly past the transit period. We will calmly overcome all impediments and the reforms, and we will calmly go into the future. After reading your book, I thought 50-50. Maybe it will be good, maybe it will be bad. Unfortunately, January events demonstrated that not everything is rosy and there were problems. Mr. James Robinson, I didn't give you the first floor on purpose because you often come to Kazakhstan and but still to understand our thoughts, our images and our way of thinking, I wanted you first to listen to other speakers. And now, after having a short briefing by our speakers, I would like to address you. And my question is, we all talk about the image of the future, and your book about the history more, and it gives certain formulas, frames, how you can avoid some fails as a state. Please tell us now to what extent it's critical to have your image in your head, how important it is, and is there a guarantee that having this image of the future, we will reach this image of the future, that it will come true? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. I'm very, is it okay? I'm very honored and happy to be here. As you say, it's my third time in Astana, so I think it's very important to have a vision of the future, and I'm going to talk about that. But can I just make two observations on the discussion so far, which I find very exciting and very telling for the future in Kazakhstan? One is this emphasis on young people. You know, when you get to my age, you kid yourself, you're always reinventing yourself, and you're a new person. But I think what we know is that the creativity and energy and ideas are in young people. You know, Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg started their companies when they were about the same age as Imambek, when they were students at Harvard University. Talent. So that I find very exciting, letting young people flourish and find themselves. In our book, the key concept is inclusive institutions. And the word inclusive is very significant because the way countries flourish economically is through innovation, through entrepreneurship. We've been hearing a lot about that. Through people's ideas and projects and dreams and passions and visions for the future. I'm coming to the future. But you don't know where that is. You don't know where that talent is in society. You don't know who has it and who can come to the top. So the word inclusive is about building institutions in a society that allows you to tap into all that latent talent that you have. And I think that's something you get here, and that's very exciting. The other thing which I find very exciting about the discussion is Imambek mentioned, yes, we want to create a society where foreigners come. He's in New York City. I always say, when people ask me, why has the United States been so successful for the last 200 years? It's because it sucks all the talent, like Imambek, out of the rest of the world. He's in New York City. He's not in Shanghai, okay? He sucks all the talent out of the world, And I think there's something about Kazakhstan. You get that. You get this globalization. I've been here 3 times. I've never been to any other country in Central Asia. It's not a coincidence I've been here 3 times. You want to learn. You want to talk to people. You want to get ideas. And I think that's the secret of the United States. That's a great talent and asset for the country to have. So just listening to hear you just thinking through what's going on in Kazakhstan, I just wanted to point out some things which I find very exciting and important. I think in terms of having a vision for a future, of course you have to have a vision for a future. I mean, at the personal level, you know, when you achieve something in life, to achieve something in life, you have to have a plan, you have to have a goal, you have to figure out how to get there. Education, build a firm, borrow capital, invest, socialize people into understanding where you're going. So I think at an individual level, it's obviously important to have a vision for where you're going and try to aspire to achieve something. But for society, it's even more important because the society is made up of lots of different people and you have to coordinate their plans and coordinate their expectations. You have to get them onto the same page. And you have to get people to make sacrifices too. It takes time to build. It takes time to invest. It takes time to build institutions. Think about trust. You mentioned trust. Trust isn't created like that. Trust is a process. Building trust is a process, you know, and that takes time. So if people are impatient, you know, to build, to invest, they need to know where they're going. They need to be inspired. They need to have a vision of what Kazakhstan could be that will inspire them to make sacrifices and cooperate with people and work together to build institutions, to build trust. So I think it's absolutely crucial. And you need to sequence things. I'm going to talk about this a little bit this afternoon because you can't do everything at the same time. There's many successes, but there's also many challenges. So you can't address all the challenges at the same time. Every successful reform experience, whether it's in China, whether it's Europe, Britain in the 19th century, it always is about sequencing, okay? And sequencing takes time, and you have to know where you're going and how to structure that sequence.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Oh, I should take this off. Okay. Right.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I think it's no problem.
Okay.
Еще я думаю,
I think, Mr. James Robinson, that I was interested with your thesis. Can you hear me? I was interested with what you said, that trust can be done with this. And you did this gesture. How the trust is formed between the government and the nation? Tell us, please, more about that.
You know, trust is built by delivering, you know, by the government delivering on commitments, you know, by the government delivering on its promises and building coherently towards a vision of where it wants to go. And you know, that's why people come to trust the government, that it can rely on the government, that the government doesn't behave arbitrarily, the government behaves according to the law and the rules. But also, you know, the government has to trust the people also, you know, and it trusts the people if the people cooperate, the people pay taxes, the people obey the law. So it's a two-way street. People have to trust the government and the government has to trust the people. And I think the only way that develops is through the process of, you know, of just taking actions and showing that you can do the right thing, that the government can behave properly, that it can behave consistently, it can enforce the rules, it can build institutions. And then citizens will realize that the government is a trustworthy partner, and they will begin to trust the government. And so that's a two-way street, I think. It goes in both directions, and it just takes time to create that relationship. But I think that, you know, I think you see in every successful country in the world, you have that trust. I mean, I was just in South Korea, for instance, and doing research and giving lectures. In South Korea, you know, the government knows everything about you. You know, the government knows your bank transactions. The government knows where you use your credit card. You know, why do Koreans allow the government to have that information? Because they trust the government won't misuse the information. So when COVID came, they could introduce an incredibly effective contact tracing institution because they knew where you're using your credit card. If they found you had COVID, They could see where you use your credit card in every shop, so they know where you've been. So they could go to the shop and say, okay, you have to go into quarantine, you have to go into quarantine, you've been put at risk. So that the information they had on people was incredibly useful. But that's only possible in a society where people really trust the government, because you have to trust that the government will not misuse that information.
Thank you very much. I know you are from UK, and for example, London Stock Exchange slogan is "Dectum meum pactum," what means my word is my guarantee. So I think this is the key for trust. Я считаю, что самым главным элементом
I think that the most important element between the government and the nation, between the government and businesses, is the guarantee of your word. If you said anything, you need to keep your word, and this is the key condition. If the government stated about no devaluation, and then there should be no devaluation, and then the people would trust such a government. I remember that time when the Minister of Finance, I think at that time, or the chairman of the National Bank promised that there would be no devaluation, and in the morning my wife informed me that devaluation happened exactly on that morning. I lost a lot of money, and I don't want the government to abuse us in this way. And this is also the condition for the trust. Any problems, any disasters in our communities would be a crisis for the government. Mistrust from the nation to the government. I'd like now to appeal to Mr. Timur Suleimanov, and I am asking you to answer my questions as the last one. As far as you are in the center of decision-making of the government, and a lot depends on this team, and you had the opportunity to listen to the young creative generation, to billionaire, to our serious minister, to foreign experts and public figures. And tell us, please, in any way, did the image of Kazakhstani future adjusted after such kind of statements of our guests? Thank you very much for the invitation. The forum is very interesting and discussions are interesting. And the questions you ask are of large scale. And no doubt you wanted us in the end to use two words for description of this image. I think this is also quite a challenge, and only writers can do it in 2 or 3 words. And I made notes while I was listening to my colleagues, and I made all the records, but as it usually happens in the articles of newspapers, what were the key words that were like refrain from one speaker to another? And I just would read what I liked most of all and what is common in the speeches of our panelists that are repeated one by one. Although the panelists are from different areas, the words like digitalization, creativity, capacity, freedom, peacekeeper, Imanbek used this, neutrality, loud, adaptivity, experiments, implementation, passionarism, growth, values, inclusiveness, victimness, and Almas used this word in a different atmosphere, but to your question, who could be in the system of decision-making? And he said that this should be not for the personal brand, the decisions may be taken in technocratic way. Maybe the decision would sound as a stupid one, but for the long-term perspective, it could be right for stability, and I just named it as being a victim to give the directions, and directions could not be always popular. And I think for most of Kazakhstani residents, thank you very much, when you said that I am one of the people who helped to formulate to the government, formulate some suggestions for the head of the state. And here we try to hear all what the people express. What else I found interesting? The most important out of what we heard, and you cannot many times repeated the word trust. And I draw a picture. I will not show it to you as far as I'm a very bad artist, but I think that the trust is the foundation. Without such a multi-sided notion, trust from of one person to another, and this is trust of the old generation to the younger one, and vice versa. And Iman Bek in his speech said, do not impede us, do not give us morals. And there is a very nice song about a son and a daughter that we don't want to be a moralist to you, but still there should be a culture between the people, and the trust should also be in place. And older generation impeding the young generation to move should not repeat these mistakes. And maybe what is even more important for the scope of the state, trust in the system, in the businesses that also should feel trust in the government. And during a long period of time, we need to be objective. We saw degrading trust that became lower and lower, and the degree of some certain negativism is quite strong still in the community. What is stated by the government is perceived by the people very carefully, and we should become a partner, at least. Maybe we misformulated something as the government and built something different in the heads of the society. And probably the changes should start from the government operators. From the content point of view, there should be some updating. For that, we have the presidential human resources reserve, and certainly such changes cannot happen in a quick way, and civil servants are usually middle age of civil servants are 30 years and older. And Oljas was saying that we should not be afraid of responsibility taken on us. We should not hide ourselves behind the backs of our colleagues. Nobody will be able to change our country, only us. And I say on behalf of the governmental apparatus, and may say that this understanding comes to us, and the president demands from each of us, do not wait until somebody else do important things for us and take important decisions and make painful changes for us, for our families, and for the nation. That's why we also need to be active, and we need to learn the lessons. Coming back to the trust, I would say, no doubt it is a foundation, and all these things, fintech as well as digitalization, implementation of the creative economy, these all are blocks we may use to build a house of our country. And there would be a room of fintech, a room for tourism development. This is the building we need to live in, to rest and to have our meals and etc. This building should be comfortable. And what is also important, and everyone was saying about that, and I'd like to word it again, what would be the glue for all these blocks? There is a foundation, there are blocks that will be used for the building, but what will be the solution? What will be the glue? What will be the cement? I think that Our cultural code may become that glue. Kazakhs that are the nation that always was a peacemaker. We should not deviate from our track and stay honest in terms of our partners and be honest to ourselves, be able to perceive other cultures, be able to include it into our own culture. And multiculturalism would be that glue for gluing our Kazakhstani society and be used for the building of Kazakhstani statehood and of this future image. As for the roof of that building, first of all, we need to define how many floors will be in that building. I think this will be a big building with multi-stories in order to find the premises according to our tastes. And this may be a skyscraper. Anything else would be just the sky. Maybe I talked about different things and repeated refrains of our previous speakers, and being a civil servant as well as a resident, I may say that the government understands the nation and understands what are our future intentions, and the forum like ours we are present in may be one of the tools to show that we understand and the government hears, and not hears but also tries to act. And if we do it in joint efforts, we will be able to do more. Thank you. Thank you. And I'd like to request from the technical service to place in the screens QR, and colleagues, you will be able to answer my questions. I'd like to ask the question, what I like in the current administration of the president would be that they are very modest, and you were modest. Maybe you just answered in a chaotic way in some way, but still you were the first who answered a very clear answer on the image of future Kazakhstan. And you said this is a house, this is a building for all of us. And for us, this is the sustainability, safety and security, our well-being, and this house will be strong, will be very sustainable. And in 7 years, it will have serious foundation, a lot of windows into the world, and many premises where we can find the comfortable space for us. And you said everything also depends on the number of floors, and maybe this is a philosophic but still a key moment. A brief question. This is just a mansion or multi-storied building? How do you see this house? I think this will be a unique architectural building where there could be combination of both. Yeah, we have a lot of unique buildings like Expo, and certainly this will not be a mansion. And for mansion, this will be an individual house for one person only, but it also will not be a dormitory. Some of us lived in dormitories, and this probably is nice, but still there should not be equality. This will be, no doubt, unified halls and unified public spaces, and certainly you will be able to find somebody will have smaller room, somebody bigger room. Everything depends on the creativity, on your strong intentions to afford more. As for the floors, I remember that before, when skyscrapers were built in the US, the richest people resided themselves in penthouses. Now mentality changes. They come to the ground floors now. And I was in the US and was acquainted to Michael Bloomberg, and I liked very much that he is in the open space and the same floor with his colleagues on the ground floor, but you cannot find the way to him. It is not the easy way. And the secret of security also remains. And my question is, and tell us please, we all enthusiastically perceived your message that we will be able to build a house, and what impediments we'll still have for that construction. Do we have the architects? Do we have the constructors and painters and etc.? What are the impediments for building such a house for all the nation? Tell us, please. It's clear that when you build a house and make a foundation, there should be a topographical survey be done. What is the seismography in the area where you choose for building the house? And probably we are in a wonderful country, and nevertheless the neighborhood is a complex one. We have two huge superpowers with their political and other opinions, and we have other neighboring respectful countries, but unfortunately we don't have an access to the sea, to any point of the world. And that's why the first impediment is the geographical position of our country, our landlocked position, and seismographic situation as well. And some volcanoes start to revive, and that's why it's hard. And foundation should be the trust, and solution in the community of Kazakhstan should become stronger.
And the seismic situation is complicated. We will be shaken, but we need to be stronger. We need to be welded well to each other. And from internal things, I think painters, carpenters, designers will be doing that. We need plan. It's unclear which will be the house. However, there needs to be the terms of reference already to see the vision Kazakhstan 2030, 2029. We need to see what is necessary from human resources point of view, financial resources, proper regulatory framework, and other things that create our image of the future and commonality. But I'm sure we can do that. We can manage. With internal factors, we will manage. Internal factors, we will definitely cope with. That's important. And I believe you. I believe you. You make me. Almas asked me a minute. He has some small remarks to make. Yes, it was interesting to listen to all points. Mr. James told us about that United States, they suck talents, and there are a lot of countries. Timur Suleymanov mentioned South Korea and creativity, that there will be a separate room of the creativity. I'm sure this will be interesting room and everyone will be popping in. This is about capacity. Timur said about the prospects, about capacity. How do we see as a creative industry, in our industry? We have such term that we joined it warm Kazakhs, warm, like a worm. South Korean, 20 songs from Met Gala, 14 were from South Korea. 35% of Netflix is from South Korea. The only office they invested is in South Korea, and they make only Korean content, only Korean performers. What do we warm Kazakhs? What is a warm Kazakhs? We see it warm. W is Western oriented. Western oriented. Mr. Robbins said Imanbek is in States. I'm going to States to HBO meeting, trying to sell content. We understand that Rihanna divorced, that she is now pregnant, and the stock exchange A is Asians. It's what Koreans have. They're just Asians, Western-oriented Asians. South Korea, we went to Yola House, High-Neck TikTok houses, South Korea, and Hamyak is in the top 5 bloggers in Korea and Japan. They don't know about Kazakhstan, but they see our appearance, and it's well perceived in Indonesia, in Philippines. Our Russian speaking we all speak Russians, and we can contact with Russia, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, and M is Muslims that we are Muslim countries. To different we go to Dubai, Saudi Arabia. We make projects with Dubai and Saudis, and the Ministry of Hajj was recently came. What I'm trying to say, Koreans gave these results just being Asians, and we have the full spectrum of warm, and we can do well not only in creativity, in business, entrepreneurship, in anything else. I would like to emphasize what Timur Suleimanov said, that we are the best country. Yes, without irony and sarcasm, I think it is so. I see no other country which could be so unique, so universal in creativity as well, because we feel pain of Muslims, Asians, Western people, CIS. We make videos about war and about the rest. It will be selfish to talk about creativity, but think what we are able to do in digital, in Kaspi, in freedom, in business, because we are warm. We are warm. Thank you. That was a very open answer to name future of Kazakhstan in 1-2 words, but I would like to avoid the best country, the best. We know when the country thought it's the best and what happened afterwards with this best country. Therefore, dear colleagues, thank you. We don't touch this subject at all. Now, with 1 or 2 words, the future of the Kazakhstan, future image of Kazakhstan, in 1 or 2 words. In 2 words, I see. Asian Switzerland, wonderful. James Robinson, in 1 or 2 words.
I like worm.
Wow.
Worm. You said it had to be 1 word yesterday.
Yeah.
You needed 1 word.
Да. Как раз вот мы вчера обсуждали.
Yes, yesterday we were discussing strategy, and I shared my opinion that any strategy, what it is, it needs to be in 1 word, clear to many. 100 states, 300 clauses is difficult to perceive and usually is not implemented. Mr. Baghdad? Well, I took the word of our well-known speaker, Mr. Robinson, inclusivity through digitalization. Inclusivity through digitalization. In 2 words, I explain what I mean. In the book, Why Nations Fail, it is pierced with inclusivity and extra activity. Inclusivity is not minority groups, that all minority groups to be included. Many understand inclusivity only like it's about disability and only about certain minority group. Inclusivity as a whole, it's overcoming corruption, bureaucracy, win over, make it all transparent and make it available to all in the same equal way. Inclusivity through digitalization. Mr. Timur Turlov? Digital nomads. Wonderful. Mr. Timur Suleimanov, you reaffirm your position of house. Kazakhstan is our joint house. We all together. You remember during pandemic we had a slogan, motto, we are together. Ideologists made it, but it showed itself well, and not from helping from state, but we felt we are together. We are together. Kazakhstan is our joint house and we are together. Anything to add? I would express my opinion just in 1 minute. For me, the image of Kazakhstan is educated people. I worked in a Japanese company, and one Japanese gentleman told me, look at GDP in per capita in Kazakhstan. It was 1,800 USD, and in GDP it was 35,000 USD, and their population was 10 times higher. And it touched me so deep, and I realized our power and strength is our heads. We cannot win anyone on the battlefield, but if we are educated, we can. Thank you, thank you. We thank our speakers. We thank audience for the involvement. I apologize. We are a bit late, but we start the next session, the scenario of the geopolitical future. Thank you, and we thank the moderators. Next session is right away. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Great.
The second session is about to start.
Уважаемые гости, просим вас занять ваши места. Буквально через пару минут мы начинаем следующую сессию. Уважаемые гости, мы готовы начать.
Distinguished guests, we are ready to get started. Mass media representatives, please make our stage free. Guests, please take your seats, get seated. We will be starting in a minute or two.
Друзья, разрешите.
Friends, let me invite to the stage moderator of the second session, the lecturer of the Nazarbayev University, Mr. Janibek Arынov. Good day, dear participants of the forum. Prior to starting our session, I would like to thank the organizers of this forum. As you can see, during the first session, there were a lot of issues raised, a lot of opinions offered. And our joint home of Kazakhstan in 2029, hope will be the house with a strong base. And now second session is about geopolitics. Unfortunately, geopolitics in the world is not bringing any good news. Just tonight, in Ukraine and in Poland, there were news, probably you've heard them, and therefore We would like to discuss the complexity of all those events and how they impact Kazakhstan and this region, and the ways to stop it. And we would like to discuss it multilaterally. And with your permission, I invite today's speakers. Our first speaker is Aybek Barysov, the chairman of the Association of the Agrarian Industrial Facility of Kazakhstan. Ruslan Sultanov, the chairman of the Institute of the Economic Research.
Who will be joining us online through internet. So let me introduce you our third speaker, Ambassador Zhang Xiao, Ambassador of the People's Republic of Kazakhstan, China to the Republic of Kazakhstan. Ambassador, are you with us? Hello, Ambassador. Ambassador Zhao.
Yes, я на месте.
Welcome to our forum. Thank you for joining us today.
Спасибо.
Our next speaker who will be joining us online, famous author, American economist, Dr. Nassim Taleb.
Oh, how are you?
Следующий спикер.
Our next speaker is Yerzhan Saltabayev, the director of the World Economy and Politics. And Yerzhan Tukumov, director of the Kazakhstan Institute of Strategic Researches. As I have said, we are going to discuss a wide range of issues. Unfortunately, our session started a bit later than planned. Therefore, we might not have enough time for the detailed discussion, and 5 minutes for each.
To one of our online speakers, I think my first question goes to Dr. Taleb. Dr. Taleb, you are the author of the Black Swan, the book, which is widely read, widely popular in this part of the world. And in your book, the Black Swan is something very rare, right? But today we see that in the world there are lots of different things happening in terms of geopolitics, in terms of geoeconomics, and some people, observers, argue that what we are witnessing is the shift of the international system. Geopolitical system. So we see on the one hand that the US has passed the peak of its influence. On the other hand, China is growing in terms of its significance, in terms of its influence in the world. And some even argue that this shift of hegemon, the change of hegemon, would lead to the clash between the new emerging hegemon and the old one. So my question to you is twofold. How would you personally characterize the current processes happening in the world, in the international system? And second part of the question, do you think that these processes would necessarily lead to the clash of, again, old hegemon and possibly the new hegemon?
Great. Thank you. I'm extremely honored to be here and speaking to my friends in Kazakhstan, and I wish I were there. The first thing I'd like to explain is that the Black Swan is an unpredictable event if the person cannot predict it. So in my metaphor of the Black Swan, I explained the Black Swan for the turkey is not the Black Swan for the butcher. So it depends on your understanding of events and your perspective. For example, the war, an eruption of a war may have been a black swan for some, but it's not if you have a different understanding of historical events. So, which is why I keep insisting it depends on the observer. More sophisticated observer would not be surprised by a certain class of events. So that's the first statement about the black swan. The second one, that in the black swan, I say that most of our representation of the world is fraught with distortions. Like we tend to be swayed by anecdotes, and we tend to misunderstand what's going on because there's too much noise. At short term, we cannot absorb information properly, so we exaggerate some of its importance. So one or two examples of what's going on that's quite distorting today is that at no point in time has the world been more fair. At no point in history has the world had more equality, racial equality, gender equality, and things like that. Yet at no point in time have we had more like a sensation that this impression that the world was unfair and that there was more gender inequality. So it comes with a process. So what we have now is too much information, which sways people and make them feel that some problems are bigger than they were in the past, when in fact they're a lot better than in the past. The world today is vastly more transparent than before, yet we have the feeling that more things are hidden from us. So concerning what's going on in the world between China and the United States, all of that, I don't look at what people say. I don't look at what government statements by government officials. You look at what's happening on the grounds. Okay. In 1975, if some enemy of the United States wanted to destroy its industrial capability, it would send missiles to Cincinnati, Ohio, to the industrial parts of the Northeast, perhaps a little bit in California. Okay, that was in 1975. Today, if you want to destroy the economics of the United States and its industrial capacity, where would you send the missiles? Not to the United States. You would send them to Wuhan, China, or other parts of China, because that's where the industrial capacity of the United States is located. So what we have today is a large, misperception of what's going on in the interactions. The United States and China are two. How can I say it? Are too integrated, and you can't really use arguments and representation made in the 70s, okay, about separate countries. They have too much. They got too much. Maybe at the military level, of course, there's no coordination, but the economies are too dependent today. So I think that, and that's good news. Okay, I don't think that. But I'm saying if China wants to hurt the United States, it would go and send missiles to Wuhan, right? So what's good for China often is good for the United States and vice versa, and what's good for China is good for Kazakhstan, and what's good for the United States is good for Kazakhstan. So the world we have some kind of an environment that's unprecedented in terms of interdependencies. And this is very optimistic for the future. So I'm not worried about what people say. I look at what's going on the grounds. Another statement I would like to make is that I keep hearing the end of globalization, yet numbers from the Bank of International Settlements came out that we have never had more globalization. You see? So this is my answer to your question.
Thank you very much. I mean, I apologize for being too academic, maybe, but we have this great debates in international relations, right, between realists and realists and liberals, let's say, saying that one saying that the war is inevitable, the second saying that interdependence and globalization would prevent any kind of war, and cooperation is a better option for states. So you seem to align with the second camp to me.
Okay, I think that they're effectively we have two worlds today. You have one world that that's economically oriented, and China is part of it. Okay, they're interested in transaction and economic transaction, and another world that's more archaic, where people are using different, I'd say. Representation of the world, different goals. They have a different idea of how the world should be like, and that probably is Russia. Russia is more interested in prestige and matters like that than economic conditions, and that is unfortunate. But the rest of the world is pretty much interdependent, and Russia is probably a little separate because they've been in autarky, except for some of the raw materials that they export to the rest of the world, and they play a small role in the world economy. So it's it's erroneous to generalize based on the behavior of a single country when the rest of the world is integrating, and it's pretty much bottom up. It's leaderless because economic life is really leaderless. It's driven by bottom up by the transactions rather than by some kind of centralized decision-making place.
Thank you very much. Thank you for answers. Now I would like to, we'll return to you with another question in a minute. So now I would like to go to Ambassador Zhao, just to check whether the ambassador is with us. Ambassador? Yeah, great. Thank you for joining us again today. My question is about China, right? China has done a great job in terms of development in the last 40 years, in terms of economic development, technological development, scientific development, and military development. And today, I think we can refer to China as one of the biggest critiques of the existing international system. So from the Chinese perspective, what is wrong with the existing international system? And what can China offer to replace the existing international system? Ambassador?
Спасибо. Уважаемые дамы и господа, дорогие...
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my appreciation to the organizers for the invitation and for the opportunity to speak to the forum delegates. And I participate for the first time in the work of such a forum. Nevertheless, I know that the outcomes of the forum will be for the attention of the diplomacy and public figures, and the topics are relevant as well as the platform of the forum are used for the discussions. And I am happy that the heads of the US and the Chinese People's Republic to cooperate and to share their views. As our leader of the Communist Party of China stated, now the changes in the world, changes of the epochs and changes in the history unprecedentedly take place, and the humankind has the challenges, and the world is again at the next stage of the history. And China conducts the policy for the defense of the peace and for creation of the communities of the unified destiny for the humankind. This is not only declaration of China, it is fixed by the specific actions. If we remember very well, 9 years ago, the global economy was still suffering from the global financial crisis, and strengthening of the cooperation became an important tool for rehabilitation of the very passive global economy. And Xi Jinping, exactly here in Astana, during his state visit to Kazakhstan, gave initiative One Belt, One Way, and got the method for interrelations, for cooperation, and initiative meets the challenges of the global time, found out the painful points due on the way of economic development for the more intensive development. And that's why it was approved by everyone. And now more than 140 countries joined this large-scale project. And it became the most popular public benefit. And in compliance with the report of the World Bank, by 2030, implementation of this large-scale program will make more than 500,000 people out of poverty. And Kazakhstan certainly sees the benefits of this initiative. And there are 5 railway and 8 highway connecting Europe and China, and became the transport logistical hub in the Eurasian continent. These corridors during pandemic played a huge role for the supply chains, for the activization of economies of the relative country participants. And certainly we hear some noise around this project that it will impact on the environment and there will be no jobs for the native citizens. And we know why such kind of noise is created. But I should say that none of the accusations were supported by the facts. And as it is said, according to the opinions of the experts, observers are concerned. What it is saying to us about. It is well known for us. Distinguished friends, we see that one polar world should be replaced by multi-pole world that becomes more and more vivid. And this is a historical event that does not depend on the individuals, and probably nobody can resist or stop this process. And if somebody does not believe in this, he should be reminded by the law of Newton that any action will be counteracted. And multipolar world means that the global deeds should be administered by the states and equal dialogues. And there shouldn't be any domination of one country or several countries. There is no room for subordination because nobody wants to live according to somebody else's templates and lose identity or uniqueness, and should not resist the democratic reorganizations, which, according to the practice, may cause wars, degradation, and chaos. And now we hear the new term that order is based on equality. It is repeated by leaders of some countries and promoted and included into different declarations of the UN, but the author is full of doubts, cannot explain where he takes these rules, what is the essence of the rules, who drafted them and who adopted them, and finally, what is the links between these rules and the Charter of UN and the norms of international law. And we have the impression that we are imposed in order to replace the established rules of the international law without any explanation of this strange term, which will not be supported by absolute majority of the countries. And the tone of the author says that the rules were drafted not for themselves but for others. And now established practice has the paradoxic phenomenon that a pair of countries speak on behalf of the global community and pretend to be the voice of the global community. And we are concerned with this. As far as this, a couple of dozens of countries are only 12% of the total population of the Earth. And it reflects only the opinion of these 12%. And we also observe the attempts to promote narrative of democracy against autocracy, which reminds the white production of the Western mentality of people who lost the reality. And as the chairman of the Chinese political party, Xinjiang stated, the US has its own democracy and China has its own democracy. And these democracies meet with the national peculiarities of the nations. And the Chinese model is based on its historical specificity. We are proud of it. The democratic system of other country cannot be ideal for another country. It should always be developed and improved. And the chairman Xi also noted that in the US there is capitalism, in China socialism, and both countries chose different ways of development. And these discrepancies appeared not today, and it will exist in the future. And recognition of these differences should be very important for the heads of these states. And no sense is for unification or change of the system of another country. Distinguished friends, in the recent 20th Congress of the Communist Party of China, we adopted a new program of modernization. That is the dream of our nation, of several generations of our people. And to achieve this goal, we will conduct the external policy. We will become more open for the exterior world and become reliable partners for the global community in order to promote the democratic development of China. In one word, we are for the open community. We're against protectionism. We are against the disruption of links, and we are for the equal cooperation. We are against the stupid steps of the competitors, which will certainly impact on them as well. And now we see who names the war in Ukraine, who makes money on this war, and certainly this should not be the policy of the superpowers. And China is not interested in the hegemons, and our task is only to exceed ourselves in order to give our own people the decent lives. And the US says that the permanent choice of the external enemy has no sense, and you need to look for such an enemy for yourself, for your own development. And there shouldn't be any discussions on that, as far as such problems were not created by China. You need to be busy with your own policy, internal policy, and do not interfere with the internal affairs of any country. And Mr. Xi talked to President Biden about Taiwan issue as well, which is the internal policy of our country. And the red line #1 should not be crossed. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for your speech. And these are applauds to you. And you touched a lot of topics. Some of them are very comprehensive, and it is worthy of discussions for hours. But maybe my mini provocative question will be that China is not interested in domination in the world, but historically all super countries usually used this narrative that whatever we offer to the world is good, and we bring civilization, we bring the benefits to the people, and only good things can be offered by us. That could also be in the Roman Empire, in the British Empire, and can be related to the US as well as hegemon of the recent time. In this context, why China should be different, as far as we see that some countries have such questions to the policy of China, and in some countries, in different regions of the world, some segments of the population also would like to ask questions to China, and why the countries should believe that China, as growing or already established superpower, should have different goals than the previous superpowers and empires. Yes, you listed several empires which behaved in the way of superpowers in history. I'd like to note that China, in this regard, looks different and differs from other superpowers and empires. In this regard, I'd like to ask a question to you, the same question. Could you give at least one example of China that offended anybody in the history? Maybe you will give no example like this. Or maybe any participants of forum can give such an example. Maybe in your memory there is no example like that, that in the history of China, for 5,000 of Chinese civilization, when they attacked anybody, any country, this is just a fact. Thank you. Thank you very much. This was the ambassador of China to Kazakhstan, Mr. Chan Xiao. Now I'd like to turn to the speakers of our stage. Mr. Tukumov, Yerkan, you see that there are very many conflicts in the world. In your view, could these problems be solved within the current system of the international security? Or maybe some dramatic changes should be done, or maybe the new system should be built in order to solve all these issues from the scratch? Thank you. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to greet all the delegates of the forum. Very interesting event, and we are doing a huge step ahead in understanding where we are moving to, what kind of Kazakhstan we'd like to build, and what are the external factors for that. I'd like to say that international contradictions and international law is developed irrelationally or irrespective of whether there are contradictions between the countries or not. It is developed as internet develops and the space stopped to be the prerogative of one state only. That's why this is the field for discussions, for promotion of new agendas and international rules. As for the conflicts, unfortunately, humans are not perfect. There were conflicts, there are conflicts, and there will be conflicts. And I will give one example. For 2022, in the world, 27 international conflicts happened between different countries, and they were split into 3 categories. One worsening, one category frozen, and one improving. And what do you think? How many conflicts are in the category of improving? 0. And it says that it's very easy to start a conflict and it's hard to make it over. If we're talking about conflict in Ukraine, whatever serious strategies or forecasts we build, we need to know that there are countries with their own agendas. And there are black swans of Mr. Taleb, as well as other forecasts that are not black swans. They were predicted long ago. Experts were speaking about that, but nobody listened to their opinions. As for the question whether we need to change the international law or should not do this, such contradictions, there are very many of them, that the world can be turned over. If this is the case, then we need to make our system of international law adapted to the current realities. And the issue of each adaptation should take place on the completion of the big wars and international conflicts like Westphal system and Yalta's conference. We need to wait until a new war starts in order to regulate these conflicts, and the next war may become the last one. And some weeks we already saw that the chances were 1 to 6 that the war in Ukraine will be shifted into the nuclear phase, and we should not be comforting ourselves that this will be only tactical weapons be used. In any case, it will have very dramatic effects on all the agreements and on international law.
When we say that we need to change the law, we shall understand that we don't need to wait. The world voice is important, but voice of such countries as Kazakhstan is also important, so we can come up with our own agenda. For a long time, Kazakhstan was criticized. It was criticism inside as well for multivectoral policy. They were saying almost in a negative way, but 2022 showed that our external strategy is the only right one if we want to stay as a sovereign state. Today, we already mentioned that multivectoral policy, it's a geopolitical neutrality, non-engagement, and so on. It's one of the subjects for our intellectual community to think of new terms, new realities for Kazakhstan's external policy. Therefore, Oljas organized such forum in such a critical time when this Sunday are elections and we're electing not just a person but the future for the next period is a very critical 7 years for Kazakhstan, and we shall understand that such forums and such intellectual platforms should be more. And now we need to discuss not only about the desired pictures in the future, but also threats, real threats, external and internal. Therefore, I welcome this forum. As a director of the Institute of Strategic Research, I'm ready to share. We are not so many, just 20 million people, and we now need to be together. I think it's high time to join our intellectual efforts to understand our future. Thank you. Thank you. Continuing this topic, I'm as a researcher engaged in external policy, geopolitics in Central Asia, always heard criticism and rebuke from other economists, from other colleagues, political scientists, that in external policy of Kazakhstan everything is steady. In 30 years there was no big event. Everything is always steady. You can always speak in advance that this is boring. I've heard about it many times. In 2022, we see that in external policy, we have a lot of different processes. To your mind, Kazakhstan is now in 2022. You said that in the world there are 27 different conflicts. Which one of those conflicts would concern us directly or indirectly that we shall pay attention to, or we could assist the resolvement of those conflicts if we have resources and political will? That's a question to me. Well, you know, drawing a scenario is unthankful work. There is always a margin between astrology and physics. You need to have a clear methodology. We are stronger with our methodology. In 1964, which is relevantly new, there was an interesting survey. How do you see the world in 2020? And now we are in 2022. We can see if it was right or wrong. According to this forecast, it's in 1980, we were to land on Mars. In 1999, we had to open a military base in Moon. In 2020, we were to launch land on plutonium planet. This is about astronomy and astrology. Fortunately, less and less forecasts, but some part of citizens, they start their day with astrology. Well, that's there, right? But if to be serious and talk about the negative forecasts, of course, there are negative forecasts, and the most dangerous scenario for Kazakhstan is when world powers force middle and small countries take the side. This is the most dangerous scenario. And Kazakhstan, which has strategically very good relationships with the European Union and with the US and with China, and when you are you have to choose sides. We cannot afford to take sides. It's question to our sovereign development, our journey, and our survival as a whole. Therefore, we shall have our own voice to what is happening. Well, the question is, if last time you were at the session, how you describe in one word? I would describe the current situation as strategic uncertainty. That's not bad. That's not good. The speed of changes in the world has changed a lot. It would take hundreds of years, and now it's not one generation, but just inside one generation. If the wheel was invented several thousand years ago, now just putting suitcase on a wheel happened recently, not so long ago. And iPhones, it's almost as a collapse of Soviet Union, the same effect. 10, 20 years ago, nobody could think that we can do anything with iPhone. I will give you an example. When I came to guests with my younger son, there was a phone, there was a landline, and I couldn't explain what it is. My son still didn't understand that this is phone and what it is for. I think to his son, he won't be able to explain what is iPhone. You know how fast the changes are taking place. When we talk about the strategy of Kazakhstan in such uncertain, unstable world, we shall understand. During the first session, we were told that we shouldn't change the strategy so often. I do agree with that, but we need to adjust faster because the change, the speed of the change cannot be forecasted. A lot of points of dislocation that we need to be ready to any scenarios. And I've told many times publicly, we are short of expertise and knowledge on different countries. We don't have centers on China, center on Russia, or even center on Central Asia. We don't know well our close Central Asia. Thank you. But this needs to be joint activity. Even Kazakhstan Institute of Strategic Research won't be able to do it because it's a joint work and it's time to do some actions. We've been talking about 30 years, but the courage is still not moving. And it's intellectual curiosity how Uzbeks are living and the issue of the national security. We shall know the lives of our neighbors better. We know the life of our neighbors, we better build our life. And when I'm asked about the strategic points, we are absolutely interested in cooperation in Central Asia. I'm often discussing with think tanks and people say, Kazakhs, you are cool, you are great. We know that you are leaders in Central Asia, but when you say about together theory, it's when you are as a region, you are even more stronger. And I stop audience to use such terms. The best, we are the leaders in Central Asia. Don't use that. We are the best, we are the leaders. Don't use that term. Let's land. We are just like Kyrgyz, Uzbeks, and Russians and Americans. We are not better and we are not worse. In many places, we are much more advanced. But let's look straight. Some values that they have, we have lost. And on the contrary, we have degraded, deteriorated. Our better side shall be shown in our deeds and not in our loud words. Thank you, Mr. Tukumov, for your response.
Speakers. Dr. Talib, are you with us? Dr. Talib, my question is to you, the next question. So your theory proposes that systems do not need predictability, stability. Otherwise, they become fragile, inflexible. So if we relate this to the international system, how do you think, what kind of system is the most stable, most predictable? Unipolar, multipolar, or maybe bipolar?
Well, I mean, all systems can have their weaknesses, but I think that a well-distributed decision-making will make for long-term stability, and effectively will try to integrate stressors into some kind of improvement. And what we're witnessing today in the world is some stressors, and these stressors are leading to, I guess, probably some short-term degradations, but long-term improvement. Europe, for example, is sort of like leaderless, doesn't have a very strong leader, and that's a quality, because a good system should not have a strong leader. Only a weak system needs to have a strong leader. And like you take for example, if you take Switzerland as a country, at a level of a country, nobody knows who the president is, and it's probably the most stable country in history, and probably the most the one that's going to be the most robust in the future. So I'm giving an idea of what's going on. I think distributed decision making. Now, bipolar world, I don't really believe that geopolitics matter as much as transactions. You see, I'm a business person. I'm a trader, former trader, and I look at the bottom line. I don't look at statements made by governments. I think the economics are driving the system, and what we have in the West. What I mean in the West is the the West taken as a whole, and I'm sure Kazakhstan would consider itself part of that West. What we have in the West currently today is more like institutions than leaders, and these institutions are robust enough and adaptive enough to be able to absorb shocks and do something improve from these shocks. So distributed decision making is a lot better, and the United States is a big economic bloc, but the boundary between the United States, Europe, Canada, Mexico is getting fuzzy because of these interactions. We really live in a different world today. We live in a world of interdependence, economic interdependence, and even sometimes if government claims that there's a bipolarity, there's two big poles that hate one another, that's not true. It is just a cosmetic rather than deep. And I'd like to continue that way. It's not not all countries want to integrate in that kind of economic environment, but we've never had more immigration than before, more than today.
Thank you very much. Теперь я бы хотел еще раз обратиться.
Now I would like to talk to Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Ambassador, in your speech you said that China always supports globalization, trade, international trade. However, for almost 2 years, on the border of Kazakhstan and China, there are disruptions with the trade. Export, import is complicated somehow, and China is a big trade economic partner for Kazakhstan, and this is a significant topic for Kazakhstan. In this regards, my question to you, could we hope that this issue soon will be resolved, and what are the problems that arise on the border? Is it economic purely, or is it a geopolitical aspect, and could we hope that trade between two countries will again be at its full scale and force? I want to say economic issues, it's purely economic. There is no geopolitics, as some people and observers claim and analyze. I will explain. First of all, you know that due to very stringent anti-COVID measures from China on the border, on the passing points, on the border points, there are also restrictions. And what is happening 2 years or 1 year ago was primarily related to COVID restrictions and more stringent rules. It is also high growth of export of China to foreign countries. Therefore, this situation is observed not only Kazakhstan-China border, but practically borders between China and Russia, Mongolia, and its southern neighbors. The same situation can be observed. In the conditions of pandemic, the demand for Chinese commodities, Chinese goods multiple times increased, but infrastructure in the border is the same, hasn't changed. Therefore, infrastructure was built 10, 15, even 20 years ago. It cannot catch up. It is not able to cope with this fast growth of export from China. That's why we have this situation in hand. It's good that Kazakhstan and China treat this issue responsibly, with understanding towards each other, and it's being resolved. The situation is getting better. I'm in constant contact with the sectoral authorities, with the authorities of Kazakhstan, and I can assure everyone that the situation has significantly improved, and I believe most likely won't have the same situation in the future. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for clarification. Indeed, we believe that in future we see improvement of situation on the border and probably updating the infrastructure that will help to revive the trade with China, and it's very relevant given the fact what is happening between Ukraine and Russia. We need alternative routes of delivery and supplies. And now let's turn back to our audience. And our question is to Mr. Saltabayev. We've talked about the multipolar, unipolar, polypolar world, and Mr. Ambassador also said when we talk about different polarities, we usually mean China and US. To your mind, what are other points and dots that will compose this multipolarity? What other countries will share the responsibility for global security? Thank you. Thank you for a question, and thank you for the invitation. We are a small country, less than 20 million, and therefore it's important to gather the expertise in geopolitical risks, given the fact in the situation Kazakhstan finds itself from the global risk of view and the changes about the multipolarity. Multipolarity is dubious, subjective. Often this narrative is promoted by countries that would like to have the status of the leader. We had unipolarity after 90s when US was not competing. They were a superpower, and all other countries, they were fitting into the order, the liberal order that they were building. Now, situation has changed. And Mr. Ambassador of China mentioned that China is shaping its area for impact through the One Belt, One Road, through different economic initiatives, and not only exporting its technology of the processing and collecting big data and becoming the leader in technology, in safety, in security. And as for the security, the last state visit of Chairman Xi to Kazakhstan was once more the event and occasion when security was raised again at a new level.
As for the other centers, it's clear that in speculative atmosphere, the status of Turkey is being discussed. That could also willing to dominate in the Central Asia. I think this is speculation only, and Turkey may become the main balancing player in the region for other stakeholders. And it's clear that there is Russia that will never leave this region. For this country, we are the issue of strategic security. That's why it will be present here, irrespective of the end of Ukrainian collision. And whether it will bring to dramatic or disaster, we certainly cannot exclude different escalation of the conflicts. Moreover, the last events, that what happened on the border with Poland, and we heard statements of Biden, Erdogan, and others who warned us not to be too fast with the conclusions. We should analyze this, and for America, the unwilling outcome could be emerging of NATO into the conflict. Maybe they will just transfer some anti-missile weapons, and probably there will be no catastrophe for Russia. And Russia will try to keep the capacity of influence, and I would not be in a rush to take Russia out of our attention. And what about other centers of force? They are not able to project their influence. And European Union is a very fragile unification of several states that do not have the unified policy, especially in the military essence. They still do not have any armed forces for the EU. I don't want to argue with you. Let us fix that the EU was not able to develop their international and military security. Every state just pulls the blanket on itself. And Schulz now also gave an incorrect signal to China and went with Macron to hedge its risks. And it's clear that every country strives to keep the market of China for themselves, and moreover losing the mineral resources from Russia. And I'd like to underline one very important thing, and we discussed the international law today. We cannot impact on the international law in any way. As far as international law is formed based on the policy and ideology of the superpowers that form this system, others try to be in compliance with it. And multipolar world will mean the risks being beyond the limits we are used to. And if every country will be based on its own logics and understand how it will be developed with the hard power, what we see now in Ukraine, in some one way, application of the military force for solving their strategical tasks. What Russia did probably would be followed by other countries in many regions, and that's why for Kazakhstan the key issue will be the tough security. And our military industrial complex is very small. We need other elements of tough security in order not to become easy target for other military countries. That's why we need to be ready for other scenarios, not only from superpowers. And there is a saying, you'd like to keep peace, you should be ready for war. And let us recognize that you just touched a lot of issues. And the question I'd like to ask to Mr. Tukumov, you were talking about Ukraine. What other potential conflicts could happen and directly impact on Kazakhstan? Briefly, with thesis 2 to 4, what we need to pay attention to. The key region for our security would be water resources and lack of water resources. And there could be also conflicts with our neighbors. Like you see, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan already are in conflict, and destruction of the structures that can happen in hours. And escalation of the conflicts was done down, but we cannot guarantee that it could transfer into a wider conflict. And we see risks of escalation around Ukraine. And if any missile hits European countries and hits some strategical objects, then NATO also could use its means against Russia. There are a lot of uncontrolled risks, and if we talk about some of them, like Southern Caucasus, Iran, which may spill over with its effects on us. Immigration, radiation, and Ukraine now has the global meaning, and we cannot control, but certainly will have the direct impact on us. And our neighbors could also start war. Yesterday we heard that several missiles just hit Poland, and the whole world now keep tracks what will happen further on, how countries will behave. This was Yerzhan Saltybayev. Now let us talk to Aybek Varisov, chairman of Association of Defense and Industrial Complex Enterprises. We were talking about the military technologies, and we saw in 2021, when the war was in Karabakh, and Bayraktars were there. And we're talking about Ukraine a lot. And so what is your view? What will be the best way to be ready for geopolitical instability? What we do in Kazakhstan, what we should do, and what else we are doing now? First of all, I'd like to greet the forum. Thank you very much for the invitation to the forum. And the previous speaker was talking about necessity to strengthen the defense capability. And I will disclose a big secret. We have the defense and industrial complex, and during 30 years, we survived irrespective of any support not provided to us. And what should happen in order to attract attention to us? There are some things that we cannot disclose, like within the state secret framework, but we are the industry that is a specific part of the defense capability of the country, and we need to change the attitude to it. And the citizens of Kazakhstan should not think about, should not think like I am by myself. And there are some factories I don't want to know about are doing something for the defense capability of the country. And I am in this business more than 10 years, and there are some military forces that should defend us from any conflicts. There is a Minister of Defense, and also this is his job to protect me. And frankly speaking, such kind of mentality is in place, and we have the defense industrial complex, and we are the remnants of that huge complex that existed in the Soviet Union. And like military wheel vehicles, we produce some top trucks for that. And this was described by our IT experts, and all the copyright belongs to us as well. And when we are talking about armaments, and this is something like our government likes to write concepts for 10 or to 15 years. And let it be some very popular phrase that if we do not feed our own army, we will feed somebody else's army. And I am talking as experienced person. We did transfer of the top technologies, and we are in the top 5 in regards to the wheel military vehicles. And we produce radio stations, and our IT just produces IT software for such kind of vehicles. And these are not crazy money, not billions of dollars. And when we look at the agricultural industry, we are amazed what kind of subsidies are allocated to this sector. And what we heard in the previous session, that we are building super house for our nation, and there will be a lot of rooms, but there is no entrance door to this house. Or there is a door, but it is a weak one. You may just penetrate into this house via windows. We need to rearm in a quick way. And with the diplomatic staff as well as with the smart government and having the army fully equipped, we will be okay. And the follow-up question, what we need for the army or for the defense? Briefly, we need specific attention of the commander-in-chief, and there are critical aspects or moments when the president should pay attention to our military industrial complex. And so far, there is genocide of the national producer. Unfortunately, not only in our industry, but in other sectors as well. And I am talking about that. It is the strategical sector, and in a maximum way we need to produce in our country. And maybe it looks funny and many ministers laugh at that, and we have an opportunity to transfer, and I compare our industry with our vehicle machinery industry. We may do it like Israel did with cheap money, but we need to trust in the government. And as of today, all the agencies we work with, they are not trustworthy, and there are specific questions to them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we have discussed a lot of issues that are in geopolitical or military aspect. Now, we have only 10 to 15 minutes left. Let us talk about economic issues. And I would like to talk to Mr. Taleb.
So we've been discussing a lot of things, issues in the geopolitical kind of dimension, military dimension. Now I would like to talk briefly about the economic problems that we may face in the upcoming future. So you talk a lot about the black swans, right? And we've seen some of those black swans in geopolitics. In your opinion, what kind of black swans we can expect in the geoeconomics? So what kind of difficulties we may face and or we should be prepared for in the upcoming future?
These are actually white swans, not black swans. So much, the difficulty we are going to be facing now is that the quantitative easing the last 15 years in the United States and Europe and other countries as well, but mostly it started in the United States, Britain, and the EU. The quantitative easing has led to a lot of distortions and inflation and asset values worldwide. So you put interest rates at zero, and a lot of what I call tumors start to come out, like Bitcoin was one of the tumors, the cryptos, things that are entirely speculative, dressed up as tools with economic value. In fact, with no valid economic value. So you have, and then you also have this asset inflation, not inflation, asset inflation. Real estate values have increased worldwide by about between 100 and 150 trillion dollars. So all that from cheap interest rates. And now we discovered that that policy of cheap interest rates is no longer possible. So we have an entire generation of bankers, people who are now 40, 42 years old, who have never really seen interest rates. And so we don't have the skills to face the new environment, which is going to be, no easy money, no more easy money, because easy money, of course, leads to problems. We have a lot of debt, and unfortunately, asset values are going to be under a lot of pressure. So this is a new environment. I think we're going to end up a lot better off. It's going to be a lot healthier. But we have to learn that the new environment is going to have some bumps, some real bumps. But think about it: mortgage rates in America were under 3% at some point. Now they're over 7%. So it means the value of a house is more than twice more expensive to carry. It means that roughly interest, rates should lead housing prices to go down by almost half. So the same applies to will apply to Europe once they start, they catch up with U.S. policy, and I'm sure will generalize and have spillovers worldwide. So this is a big challenge. This to me is vastly more important than all the other things. When I talk about anti-fragile, I say that sometimes some stressors improve the system. I think that what's happening in Ukraine is probably going to accelerate the energy independence of European countries. We have seen that a similar stressor in 1973 with the oil embargo. So the oil embargo of 73 led to adaptation in Europe and the United States, where a precipitous drop in consumption of energy consumption, much better than expected. It compressed very quickly, and as a matter of fact, it led to a glut of oil prices that bankrupted the Soviet Union. If you remember, in the 80s, oil prices went down to the point where it was no longer sustainable for many countries to maintain the old way of doing business. So I think that's on a positive side, that we're going to have energy independence thanks to the trigger of the Russian gas story and other similar things that have been happening worldwide in the energy sector. But overall, I think that the road is going to be bumpy, and we're going to be better off. We were very fragile with interest rates at zero. We're going to learn to be more robust with real interest rates. And that, to me, is a big news. There's nothing else is more important than this. Interest rates at 4% in the 2 years, 4.2% in the 2 years, is something that's going to lead to a lot of bumps.
Great. Thank you very much for your question. Продолжая тему, которую...
Thank you. As for economic growth, I would like to address Mr. Sultanov Ruslan. We see some factors that are beyond Kazakhstan and can affect economic situation because Kazakhstan is a part of the world economy. We talked about COVID, and we see that now with the war in Ukraine, we see some indirect challenges, the pressure on the economy of Kazakhstan. In this regards, I would like to ask to what extent we are ready to economic challenges if the situation with the geopolitics deteriorates, and what we need to do to be well prepared. Thank you for the question. One answer is not possible. Geopolitical conditions have changed so much that giving one answer or forecast that the world economy will be this way cannot be done by anyone. Today we, at the first session, discussed the main questions. What is the reason of many problems? And one of the main messages was the trust. Trust that we are all talking about, even colleagues were about the armed forces. The trust comes with the transparency. If there is a transparency and you can see how decisions are made, then there will be trust. Strategically, we have all written, we have a national strategy of the security, national security, that shows what needs to be done with certain scenarios, what actions should be taken in the process and in the speediness of making decisions. When a certain negative event, adverse event, or geopolitical tension starts, we have two ways. Either we live in this tense world or there is a deterioration. And in any scenario, there needs to be plan B. Plan B is available. I think it exists. Most importantly is speediness of making decisions. It's work on debureaucratization. The work needs to be done fast. It cannot take 6 months or a year, because decreasing extra chains and links in making decision, transparency in decision making, it affects the trust. The third is a responsibility that we were talking about. If the managers, if the heads of the local authorities, central authorities are afraid of responsibility and always prone to coordinate and harmonize, we will be failing and will be losing. In 2020, we had the experience when there was such mobilization economy, when decision-making was up to 1 or 2 links or chains. Why am I talking about the decision-making and bureaucratic things? Because economic capacity is strong of the country. If we look at the situations that is happening in the world, the inequality is increasing and it will be deteriorating. Many countries will have problems with access to commodities, to the food commodities, to the resources, and we have these elements as well. We shall use it properly, and even with the food security will be taking long some decisions, and it takes up to 1 year to adopt certain rules. We will lose everywhere and will be late everywhere. Therefore, fast decision-making is the main criteria. It needs to be fast, it needs to be transparent, and it needs to be done responsibly. Those are the elements that shall be addressed, and then our economic capacity will be used at its full scale, and we will be able not only live with the minimum losses out of this geopolitical situation, but also maybe acquire some advantages. Thank you for your opinion. And now I would like to ask our technical service to put QR code. We'll have a survey now. You can scan the QR code and then we'll know your opinion. QR code to the screen, please. So now you have a QR code.
Questions that you can ask. I mean, we can spend hours on this topic, important topics. But I would like to ask the last question, and this question goes to Mr. Taleb again. So again, Kazakhstan is not a big country in terms of its geopolitical influence, and Kazakhstan neighbors 2 nuclear powers, Russia and China, and we see that this cooperation or the relationship between big powers is getting kind of more intense. And in this context, how do you think, will Kazakhstan be able to maintain its multi-vector foreign policy in the future?
Okay, I'm not a specialist of geopolitics, but I will say something about the Silk Road, being on a Silk Road, that Kazakhstan is a country that was located in the most important part of the globe before the discovery of America by Europeans, and that was what the center of the world was. And it looks like this is the economically, that's what the center of the world is going back to. So being on it's critical to be on the Silk Road, and I don't think that geopolitics matter much for the welfare of Kazakhstan. So long as you preserve your institution, you have you protect your merchants, you have good ways of doing business, you're in a very strategic position, and you can benefit from everything. I would not put too much trunk on geopolitics, and the economics are such that it's going to be rosy, and you're part of practically the country that the most part of the cornerstone country, that you're part of Europe and part of Asia, and that will have a lot more importance. Think about the volume, the volume of transaction between Asia and Europe keeps increasing, So that's the way I view things in Kazakhstan, ignoring all these geopolitical things that are effectively cosmetic, largely cosmetic.
Thank you very much for your opinion.
Maybe not 100% cosmetic, but people overestimate the role of geopolitics and underestimate the role of the transaction at the city level.
Thank you very much, and we really hope that at some point in upcoming years we'll stop talking about geopolitics and we're talking about more cooperation, about different kinds of relations in different sectors, and we will less talking about the conflicts in different parts of the world. Thank you very much for participating. На этом как бы я
With that, I close our session. I would like to thank separately our speakers, Dr. Taleb, I would like to thank you. Mr. Ambassador, His Excellency, thank you. And our speakers in the audience. I would like to conclude with one more thing. Mr. Tukumov just said initially, and I agree fully, when we talk about external policy, we are struggling to find Kazakh experts. We don't have so many experts on China. Those who know Russia well, you can count it on one hand with the fingers of the one. Therefore, expert forums, expert circles, and expert discussions are very good things. So I would like once more to thank for organizing this forum, and I hope there will be more of such in the future. And I wish the fruitful discussion for next sessions. Thank you.
Уважаемые гости, сейчас объявляется обеденный перерыв, после чего мы обязательно продолжим. По причине небольшой задержки первой сессии, следующая сессия начнется ориентировочно в 2:30.
the moderator of the next session, Mr. Rahim Oshakbayev, the director of the Center for Applied Research's TALAP. Distinguished delegates of the forum, for me, this is an honor to participate as moderator. We are in session 3, top 7 reforms for the next 7 years. I enjoy to invite speakers: Serik Zhumangarin, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Trade and Integration; Raimbek Batalov, Chairman of the National Entrepreneurship Chamber, Atamiken; Kairat Moshebayev, entrepreneur, head of RG Brands; Ashat Uzbekov, the chairman of KSL Management Board; Mr. James Robinson, British economist, co-author of the book Why Nations Fail; Olzhas Toliulov, the deputy chairman of the Agency for Strategic Planning; and Olzhas Khudabergenov, the senior partner of the Center for Strategic Initiatives. Friends, we'll try during 1 hour, 20 minutes, and at 15:50 we are going to finish this session. So top 7 reforms for the next 7 years will be the topic of our session, and our business circulation, especially in the government. The prioritization always misinterpreted. Priority is everywhere, and maybe prioritization is just refusal from something that you are not able to perform. And that's why in the name of our session, the message is incorporated on necessity of prioritization. And top 7 means we need to choose the priority 7, and 7 probably is too many. Whether we will be having sufficient budget funds for such top 7 reforms for the next 7 years, understanding that after the election of the head of the state, as well as after the election into the parliament, we are opening the new political cycle. We presume that we will get the new combination of policymakers, and composition of the government will be renewed. And with these political institutions and the new configuration, the reforms will be implemented. So what are these reforms, or could be these reforms? And we will ask this question to each speaker. And first of all, I'd like to give the opportunity to give the floor to entrepreneurship representatives in order to give them opportunity to speak first, not to listen to the representatives of the government. And that's why the floor is given to Mr. Kairat Moshebayev, entrepreneur and citizen, what should become priorities. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thanks a lot to organizers of this important forum, especially at this stage of the Kazakhstani statehood development, and for the opportunity to share the views. And I am, as entrepreneur, like to say that for me, one of the key priorities will be development of micro competition or competitiveness. And this is actually the solution for all the structural problems at the internal, global, regional levels. And for Kazakhstani entrepreneurs, there is quite a serious challenge as domination of the public sector in the economy, domination of the monopolists or big players, and always there is a choice, always there is alternative to choose the quiet further existence and to sacrifice for the long-term sustainable development, or to build so-called micro-competitiveness, competitive environment where the new talents and new ideas may appear, and social economic development of the country could get in such environment more sustainability. And where it is possible to do in all the sectors of economy, in all the regions, because the level of so-called micro-competitiveness allows to achieve those tasks that are set up to many enterprises and specific sectors, as well as to the government. For me, this is the key. And from the very beginning of the year, it was much discussed by the head of the state as well as by the government. Karike, thanks a lot. It is obvious to have competition rather than to have no competition. What mechanisms, apart to rhetorics, multiply repeated, we may see it? Yes, you may ask about the case, and I did assessment of the previous session, and I wanted to make some sequence from session to session, and that's why we wanted also to use the competence of Mr. Taleb and be based on his black swans. And now, in this exact environment of huge and maybe unfair volatility, his theory of anti-fragility obtains key importance, and it would be better to disclose this topic. And one of the speakers, Aybek Borisov, the head of defense and military enterprise, showed that there is domination of the Russian industry in defense and manufacturing, a domination of the public state in production of defensive equipment. And there is the dilemma what to choose, to develop our own defense industry or to prefer more governmental or private. And if we look at this from the perspective of anti-fragility or sustainable development, we need to take huge strategic decisions that cannot be solved between the enterprise that is headed by IBEC, and this would be the high-level state decisions that could ensure sustainability of all post-Soviet space and its defense capacity that raises the funds and attracts competence as well as solves the key issues of national security. And what are the mechanisms? Mechanisms are obvious. For that, we need a political will. And if you'd like, I may talk more about that. For example, if we take some certain case, we have anti-monopoly legislation. There is specific authority that operates inside our state. At the same time, Kazakhstan is a member of the Eurasian Economic Union, and the dominating players like Russian ones or Belarusian ones, they are not exposed to this legislation, and they use the monopolistic position. And then we fight against the consequences and talk about the inflation. We speak about the obsolete technologies, we talk about lack of technologies and lack of local strong manufacturers, but this is already fighting the consequences, and that's why we need to defend our national players and establish some common legislation in the Eurasian Economic Union, and the competition development should become one of our national priorities. And we need to restart everything with the human capital, and there will be industries open for funding, and ecosystems would become more sustainable. There are very many examples for that during our 30-year experience, and we need to take such cases as the basis. I just expect that we would talk more about institutions and about counterbalancing mechanisms, or maybe people affiliated with the management board, and you as entrepreneur could get no full picture. And Look, today we are talking about the national scale of the forum. It is not devoted to corporate governance issues. Corporate governance is the same adjustable. Yeah, we need some analogies in order to talk about government authorities more. What we see, like in corporate governance or in individual corporate technologies, we are both talented and effective, and we spend a lot of money. One of the biggest budgets are spent on education. One of the biggest budgets are spent on health care, and we educated and continue to educate our best talents overseas. But when they come back here to the country, whether they find themselves in the competitive environment and whether they get any push for further development, I'm talking about that. If they find themselves in the competitive environment, then whatever was invested in them was invested not in vain. And from that we get national, regional, and global champions. Then let us summarize. So one of the most important reforms during these 7 years, via political will, via extrapolation into all the Eurasian economic environment. Yes, I also wanted to say that the current global or regional turbulence will never be over with the global institutions. That's why if we specifically talk about Kazakhstan, I'm not talking about WTO 2.0. We are facing the necessity, if this topic is still will be relevant, then Eurasian or European Union should be restarted in order to make it effective economic union, in order not to be a satellite to the union. And the new players also are coming, and the situation is changing. And in order for the benefits of all the Eurasian Economic Union players, I think this should become a necessity. And so there should be new agreements, new rules. Look, in all the senses, starting from sanctions against many Russian, not only enterprises, individuals, or sectors of economy, which is already a necessity, there is a threat for secondary sanctions, and many sectors already got unexpected growth of capitalization that does not bring any benefits to Kazakhstani society or economy. There couldn't be achieved just at the expense of any brokers. And all this is restart for 360 degrees. And it's clear that this is huge, painful diplomatic work to be done. And then we understand in what model it may be. And then, actually, we already are not a satellite for the Eurasian Economic Union. Oljas, I'd like directly to ask about the digit 7. 7 years of reforms, 7 reforms, whether this is too much or too little. Let us talk about these 7 priority reforms and give me your vision on the one side. On the other side, we also may look at these reforms from the challenges, key challenges we are facing. These are both a beautiful digit for 7 years, 7 reforms on the one side. On the other side, there is understanding what kind of 7 reforms there should be. I'd like to talk about that a bit later. I wanted to give the floor to other speakers. Okay, then we will continue with entrepreneurship. Mr. Raimbek, I'd like you to give your opinion related to the priorities in the economic, social, and political environment during these 7 forthcoming years. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome everybody again. And this event is very important as far as exchange of views is always useful, and the agenda is very interesting. And as I think, the tasks are quite clear for the minimum 20 years. We are facing one significant issue. All the issues related to the diversification of economy, development of regions. We have a lot of national projects. We have different types of projects with the government, but the challenge is the same, how to implement all these projects. And from the perspective of implementation, we specifically suffer starting from the goals and what we need to focus on. First of all, on implementation. And this is aspect number one. Aspect number two, if we structurize, I would split this topic into three issues or three categories. The first would be regions, and in the regions, the several tasks should become relevant. So whatever is related to the small businesses, this is a very sensitive topic which has a lot of professional nuances, a lot of speculation. We hear about this topic, and with small and micro businesses are not jurisdiction of any level of the government, and there should be the programs of small businesses. The second regional topic would be priority sectors or industries. Each region has its priorities in the industries, and the budgets always are limited, resources are limited, and we should be focused on priority industries in each region. And they are shown in the strategies, but there should be done some updating. And there are not more than 10 industries in each region. This is related to the regions. And in the regions, there would be another separate topic related to protection of entrepreneurship. And without ecosystem for protecting the businesses, everything that is related to the justice or legal issues, no doubt doesn't work at all, and regions would become a separate topic. The second topic relates to the industries that for Kazakhstan are priorities. And we need to define that, for example, we have 10 industries that should get some different approach from us. And here, business to government should be implemented with the government within the framework of the National Chamber of Entrepreneurship. And we need to consolidate the expertise. What we lack very strongly, we understand that government authorities and sectoral ministries is just that humus soil that is not very big, and in each region it is based on 2 or 3 specialists. And in the industry, irrespective whether it is energy, gas or oil, or agrarian sector, trade, tourism, or anything else, or that industry where we think it is important to consolidate the expertise and to elaborate the transparent rules for the competitive environment. We need to keep this competition and competitive environment to reduce the role of the government, and the rules should be transparent to raise the investments, and we need to make the industries attractive for investors. Not all of them are interesting for investors.
And third block, third section, pillar, is the human capital. We can talk about the new wave of business. We can talk about new mindset, new impact projects that are now trendy, but we shall rightly receive it and implement it. Those are the three directions. Among those three directions are horizontal two important areas. Primarily, it's court reforms, court and tax reforms. I think those are two pillars. Without court reforms, so we cannot talk about investment climate and overall about reforms as well. Court reform is locomotive. Tax reform, we are well aware, in my understanding, tax reform is its ability to foresee things, certainty. It's a certainty of the tax code, as President says, because we need to plan. And second, which is more important, is administering. If we, again, with the old databases and there is no platform part of the tax code, this will be all very complicated. We can define the regions and sectors and so on, but if administering is not right, then we cannot talk about better investment climate. So this would be the areas for thought. Well, what I liked is that we didn't have any difficulties with setting objectives and the right wording, but we had difficulties with implementation. You, as a participant of the market and as a representative of the entrepreneurs, tax needs to be clear, it needs to be certain, it needs to be foreseeable, it needs to be voluntary. This was repeated, and we even stated that in written form many times 5 years ago. And when you say small and medium business is overlooked, it's again admitting that the reforms didn't succeed fully. Well, then, what needs to be changed in the mechanisms of implementation so that this time we do better than last time? Well, we are not on the scratch. We are not on the empty space. From implementation point of view, business needs to consolidate and be partners with the state and to give clear mechanisms. So what we are short of, there are no clear mechanisms of control. It's target indicators and the key indicators. They need to be 5, 7. No more than 10. We say we put together, developed strategy together. We set the objectives 2024, 2025, 2026 in any sector, in tourism or energy, are clear. But how do we implement them? But this mechanism already exists. There is a National Chamber of Entrepreneurs, sectoral committees, regional presence, business associations. Well, we are talking about the vertical in the National Chamber, and now we are talking about the system of the state planning. Where are the strategy? Where are the support tools? They need to be in the system of the state planning. Energy was something we discussed with Oljas, development of energy sector. What is the current sector of those programs? Or with Sike, we were discussing agrarian facility. Did they give us jointly with Kairata? We do the dairy business. Did it give any impetus and development? Those billions, those reforms that we had in our program, did they help? Did they really help? And what mechanisms are working and what are not? This is a key thing. I believe that if these key indicators are defined and the president looks at the sector, the government, the head of the government, the sectoral minister and the mayor looks at the same sector, for example, at dairy sector, what we are familiar with. we realized to develop the farm, you need plus minus 10,000 USD per cow. That was 10, 20 years ago. The cost of the cow is growing, the rest is fixed the same. To decrease capex, capital expenses, Rahim, we have also discussed, we need to develop the breed cattle. 60–70% of all the capex. So did we succeed? Or when we talk about the grain business, in grain, do we have efficient seeds, agro-technologies, and so on? Those are uncertain things, and in key indicators, we can have them and supervise and control them jointly. If I understood you right, you feel the shortage of the key performance indicators in the system of strategic planning. Well, not only that, I mean overall approach that we need to make conclusions and implement new approaches in the development of the state planning and its implementation. And I believe the synergy of business and the state-private partnership should work completely at a different level. Thank you. Next question is to Mr. Robbins. Probably you understood from our discussion that there are certain dissatisfaction with the reforms, with the efficiency of the reform, and this dissatisfaction is in different stratas, different levels, in the state level, in the entrepreneurship, and in the society. From institutional point of view, what can be done for such countries as Kazakhstan in building more efficient institutes that would allow to succeed better performance, better positions in the targeted goals?
Техническая служба, пожалуйста, включите презентацию.
I have to stand up to talk, sorry. So I'm going to respond with a little presentation, so if you indulge me. The title of the session is Top 7 Reforms in the Next 7 Years. Of course, I don't have a list, I don't have the knowledge of the gentleman here, for example, to talk about specific reforms. But I did want to talk about some of the issues from my perspective and some of my reactions to sort of reading and thinking and being here for the third time in Kazakhstan, but a very different Kazakhstan than when I first came, I have to say. So, what? Okay. Okay. So I think you know the target. There seems to be a lot of agreement about what the target is, what Kazakhstan is trying to do. It's trying to become a prosperous development nation, and it's trying to build inclusive institutions. I think the starting point of that in 1990 was very, very difficult. In 1990, you had extractive institutions in every dimension, in the political sphere, in the economic sphere. And since then, Kazakhstan has been building more inclusive institutions. But what I hear is that it's made much more progress in some dimensions than others. And in particular, with respect to the state and the functionality of the state, there are many challenges. The gentleman who spoke before me talked a lot about implementation and the problem of implementation. That, for me, is a problem of the capacity of the state, of the institutions of the state. And part of the problem, as I understand it, is after the transition from the Soviet Union, the state which emerged in Kazakhstan was highly personalized, and it was very patrimonial, you could say. Okay, it was very personalized. And so now that's the antithesis of institutionalization. Okay, having a state, a personalized state, is the opposite of what you need to build institutions. But there's a lot of progress. Things are improving. This is, sometimes symbolic things tell you a lot about a society. So I was very impressed at Astana is Astana again now. That's part of this process of depersonalization, it seems to me, of politics in Kazakhstan. And that's exactly what needs to happen, okay? But here's the problem. In Strategy Kazakhstan 2050, it says, the main goal, our main goal, the main goal of the country is to enter the club of top 30 most developed countries in the world, okay? But I think there's a lot of recognition here. You can't do that when your institutions are the 60th ranked, okay? So the current assessment of institutions, I don't want to go into this picture in detail, this is just from the World Economic Forum, I'm sure many of you know this, is that the institutional quality in Kazakhstan is 60th in the world, not 30th, okay? So if you want to go from where you are to being one of the 30th richest countries in the world, you need to improve the quality of institutions, and that's what there's a lot of discussion about. Okay, so what to focus on, you know? I think what we know from economic history and what we talk about in our book is there's no experience of successful economic development ever without a dynamic, vibrant private sector. Okay? That was how the British Industrial Revolution worked. It was how the United States became the richest country in the world. It's how China has worked. It's how South Korea has worked, allowing the private sector to flourish. So then the question is, how can the government create institutions which are synergetic with that, which will help that sector to flourish? And rather than talk about sort of specific policies, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that perhaps you have to think about. I think what I would emphasize a lot is something that came up this morning, which is the need for administrative reforms. If you have a state which is highly personalized, you need administrative reforms. You need to kind of try to implement the procedures which are going to allow you to use policy properly. And you need prioritization, 7 reforms, that's about prioritization. But I think you also need, and this comes back to what we were talking before this morning, if you look at successful development experiences, kind of vision and goals, and then the last thing I'm going to talk about is strategy. So just let me give you some examples of administrative reforms. One of my favorite, so this looks very mysterious, but in England, in our book, we talk about the transition towards more inclusive institutions, which happens towards the end of the 17th century in England. And one of the things that happened was administrative reform. And for the first time in English history, they created a meritocratic bureaucracy to collect excise taxes. So this is a sort of, you know, this is the rounds of Supervisor Cowperthwaite. That's a very good Saxon name. Supervisor Cowperthwaite was a meritocratically recruited excise tax collector, and this is where he went in Yorkshire in 1710, looking at excise taxes were taxes levied on production of consumption items, beer, bread. He went around monitoring the producers, seeing how much they produced, seeing how much tax they should pay. And a very elaborate system of checks and balances and authority was created to make sure there wasn't corruption, that the taxes were collected, and that was what the government used to start investing in infrastructure and public goods to lay the basis for the Industrial Revolution. So this was administrative reform. We know a lot about how to do administrative reform. We know a lot about what works in terms of incentives but you have to do it if you want to make a transition away from a patrimonial state. If you want to have implementation, you need to have bureaucracy and you need to have administrative reform. One of my favorite, I've been studying recently a lot South Korean industrialization. You know, you need prioritization. Here's a man who understood prioritization. At the far end of the table is General Park. And here he's presiding, he used to chair every month the export promotion meeting. So every month there would be an export promotion meeting. General Park would bring the heads of the chaebol together and they talk about the problems. What are the problems? What can you do? What can't you do? What do you need? What should we prioritize? It was a way of gathering information, aggregating information, but General Park really paid attention to this. Okay, you can't pay attention to 100 things. You can pay attention to a few things. But General Park really paid attention to this. So, and he set goals, he set targets, and here he is in 1977 at $10 billion US exports. So he says, he set a target, we're going to export $10 billion. Okay? And here he is handing out prizes in 1977 to the CEOs of companies who managed to export and achieve this target. So we were talking about this morning, this idea of where we're going, how are we going to get there? You don't know, there's going to be lots of problems, there's going to be lots of challenges, that's what the export promotion meeting was about, but economic development was prioritized. The role of the state in helping the private sector was prioritized. The president was on the case, and you know, this is what they call a developmental state, and it went along with bureaucratization. When General Park came to power, he created a new ministry that was designed to focus on promoting economic development and trying to figure out what the private sector needed and how it would go. Okay? So visions and goals. General Park was very good at that. And my story is not about the military. You know, if you've read my book, you know, it's not about the military. There's no reason why democratic presidents can't do this. This is just about the strategy. It's not about the military. I don't think that has anything to do with it, actually. General Park was just a man who wanted to develop his country, like Lee Kuan Yew, like many other people. Okay? So, and I would say the last thing, strategy, which is, you know, there may be many things you want to do, but you can't do them because powerful people won't let you do them, or because you don't have the administrative capacity in some dimensions to do it, or it's too difficult to accumulate it. So strategy isn't just about economics, it's also about politics and about building coalitions. And I think every successful reform experience you see is sensitive to the political economy. Okay? So reform is not just a technical issue, it's also a deeply political issue. People feel threatened by change, by institutional change. It destroys power relations and it destroys the status quo in many ways. So the political challenges are probably more important than the technical challenges. We all know how to do administrative reform or create bureaucracy. The challenge to doing it is not technical, it's actually political. Okay? So I don't want to, there are many, nevertheless, there are many examples of successful strategies to deal with some of the political difficulties of reform. So I have lots of I'm just going to give you a couple of obvious examples. I have many things to say about this, but I don't have time to say them. So I just want to state the problem, okay? One of the most remarkable things about the experience of Chinese reform since the 1970s is the very sophisticated way that they dealt with political challenges. When Deng Xiaoping started doing reform, there was no consensus whatsoever within the Communist Party that reform was needed. In fact, at the time of the Tiananmen Square uprising, everything almost went into reverse. It was only Deng Xiaoping's political skills that kept it going. Okay? So he endlessly had to deal with political challenges to the reforms in China. Okay? So how do you just let me give you a couple of examples. I could talk about this for hours because I find it a fascinating topic. Okay? So obvious one, which is there's always losers. All right? So here's let me go back to my excise tax example. When the British government created a bureaucratic tax administration, who was threatened by that? Rich people were. Rich people in England didn't want to pay taxes. Who were the main rich people in England at the time? Big landowners. Okay, big landowners were very politically powerful. They were often elites, aristocrats. They were in House of Commons, House of Lords. So they could have stopped the government creating an administration, an efficient administration. So what did the government do? Well, they taxed consumption. They taxed excise taxes. Now, an economist would tell you that's a terrible thing to tax. It's regressive. You know, you shouldn't levy regressive taxations. You should be taxing rich people. Okay? What should you have done? Tax land. That's not what they did. In fact, the British government bureaucratized the excise tax system, which primarily fell on relatively poor people, bread, beer, etc. But they never bureaucratized the land tax, which fell on rich people. And in fact, you can see from this graph, I don't know if you can see, but I can tell you what it says. The land tax revenue withered away, and the state was funded by excise taxes. That's not something any economist would tell you, but to do, but that was what was politically feasible in England in the early 18th century, okay? So that allowed reforms to happen. It got resources for the state. It provided public goods. It allowed things to move ahead. The Chinese were also experts at this, okay? When you look at the transition in the industrial sector that takes place, this is from Yingyi Qian, who's a great Chinese scholar of the reform, between 1978 and 1988, what you see is that state employment stays the same. So state-owned industries in China were terribly threatened by private sector dynamism. What did the government do? You can see state employment even goes up over that period, okay? So here you, okay. All right, I won't do, but it's on the same line. State employment stays the same. You see, the state sector was not threatened. People's jobs weren't threatened. The rents accruing to people working in the state sector were not threatened. But non-state employees, private employment explodes, okay? So the state sector was left alone. They weren't threatened with radical privatization or disruption, or their livelihoods were not threatened, their jobs were not threatened. They were left alone. They were structured so they could live with the reforms. But on the margin, the private sector exploded. There's many, many examples of this in the Chinese experience. So you have to think through who's going to lose, who's going to oppose, and you have to structure reform in a way that makes them content with those changes. Okay? Every successful reform is like that. Why did I call this strategy number 8? Because I have lots of them. Okay, here's my strategy number 9, and this comes back to what I was talking about this morning, or we were discussing this morning, which is, I think it's very good to have something to dream about, you know? Like, dreaming and ambition are good. This is a curious example, maybe. This is Lagos in Nigeria. So I work a lot in Africa. Lagos is a very interesting place. It's a place where there's been enormous improvement in public goods, in investment in the city. And you see on the left in 2012, there was this empty beach. And now on the right, there's what's called Echo. Echo is the local Yoruba name for Lagos. The city is called Echo in Yoruba. Echo Atlantic City. They're going to build a Dubai, an African Dubai in Lagos. Okay, so very ambitious, but they want to dream. And I think it's ambition and dreaming are good. You know, creating an image of where you're going to be in the future, where Kazakhstan can be in the future. That's something that can get people working together, cooperating, and you know, a bit of utopianism is a very good thing, I think. Okay, so you know, why nations fail is, you know, the point of why nations fail is societies are not condemned to poverty by culture or geography. Okay, societies are poor because of the decisions and choices of self-interested people that may not coincide with what's in the collective welfare. But that's good, because it means you can choose a different future. The future is different from the past, and people in Kazakhstan can choose a different and more prosperous and inclusive institution, a more prosperous and inclusive future. There's lots of details to work out. Okay, there's lots of details to work out, but I think the important thing is just to recognize the need for building institutions, thinking ahead, setting goals, prioritizing, sequencing, prioritizing are very important. So I don't have 7 policies to talk about, but I congratulate the organizers on recognizing, he said 7 may be too many, that you can only prioritize a very few things. If you read about President Park really, that's one thing he really understood. And so that's critical in all these reform experiences too. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Many thanks. Я думаю, это замечательный был мастер-класс.
Well, this was a wonderful masterclass for our approaches to the reforms. And that's why I'd like to ask you another question, Mr. Robinson. I'd like to ask you one more question. I think you gave a good remark, and your recommendations are very relevant for Kazakhstan from the perspective of strategies, goals, targets, and visions. And necessity to build coalitions in reforms implementations. And as I think your successful cases and recipes remind us the recipes of new liberalism, and the people in power always made such coalitions with big businesses. And in your opinion, what kind of coalitions we need to make? And as for the phenomenon, coalitions with big businesses, with private sector, is usually huge growth of inequality, which may also finish with state capture when corporations influence very much on corporate governance, and simple people do not have other opportunities that they could have if the situation would be different.
Okay, I think what stopped inequality emerging in the Korean case, for example, was enormous investment in education. So that's common to many of these East Asian cases. So enormous investment in education. So I think that, so that then what stopped business, capturing the state, I think that's about building institutions. I think the state has to be sufficiently strong, and there has to be sufficient political will, if you like, to force business to create incentives. So what they did in Korea was to create incentives. General Park created incentives to export. If you export, you get subsidized credit. You get access to all sorts of you get access to licenses to import technology, and so they created incentives, and the state was sufficiently capable to enforce those incentives. So if you didn't perform, you lost your subsidized credit. So I think that is about, it's about both the politics, it's about the political will to really focus on developing Kazakhstan and pushing towards these goals and just wanting to make that happen, which is about politics. I mean, it's about informing people and getting people to realize that's where the country's going. So then the people put pressure on you to deliver. That's what happens in a democracy. I think that's the recipe to try to avoid state capture. There's always elements of state capture and and rent seeking or whatever it is. But I also think it's a sort of change in mentality. I think if you went back to the 1950s, and this is what's interesting in Korea, if you went back to the 1950s in Korea, you'd see that when Syngman Rhee was president, there was a lot of rent seeking and monopolies and state capture. But that was reversed. It was reversed in the Park period, and I think that's a change in the mentality. But I think what I find interesting about the Kazakhstan case is that, businessmen here already have a very globalized mentality. They think about the world as their market, or the potential is the world. You're not going to make much money in Kazakhstan selling stuff to 18 million people. If you can sell stuff to 180 million people, or 1.8 billion people, then you can really be successful as a business person. And that's what business people want to do. And General Park made that. He made it also a thing about status. There's a lot to talk about there in terms of how that worked, about the status in society. That's what a lot of those meetings were about. So I think there's many, I understand that problem, and it could happen. Nothing is for sure, but I think there's ways of trying to anticipate it.
Many thanks. Спасибо большое. Опыт Кореи невероятно.
Thank you very much. Experience of Korea, South Korea, is enormously interesting, and all the reforms that took place in South Korea, they, in a parallel way, built the government institutions, and a lot of politicians were accused for corruption, killed, and etc. What is the other side of the Korean success in terms of political reforms and political institutions' appearance? It also should be studied very well, not only clear success and etc. Mr. Serik, I'd like you to talk about 7 prioritized reforms. It would be better for you to emerge us into several turning points you may see or dilemmas that could be in the track of Kazakhstan, or any conflict of interest between different agencies, or serious budget limits, or difficulties in choosing priorities, and etc. Thank you very much. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to express appreciation to Oljas and his team, a wonderful gathering of speakers and participants of the forum, which makes it very interesting. And I don't know what I would be talking about, whether could sound like reforms prioritization, but I'd like to talk about some certain activities and some certain movement that already were defined. And what Mr. Robinson was talking about, experience of South Korea, maybe at that time it was easier to work. There was no legislation, like great pressure on WTO accession to camps between the US and China, and etc. And now conditions are quite different. They are much tougher now. But in general, everything depends on the will, in which direction you are willing to move. And the day before yesterday or last week, Reinbek and I were talking in which direction we should move, but this movement is inevitable in any case. And we talked about the directions for external trade, and in trade policy you may see other trends. And the trends that define our reforms and our movement, first of all, include deglobalization as it is, and the structure of the global economy were defined by two huge axes. First, relations between China and the US, so-called Chimerica. Before that, it was cheap products from China, investments from the US. After 2016, the technological racing starts and some certain economic wars. And the second axis was called Eurasia, cheap minerals from Russia in exchange for products from Europe. These two axes now do not work now, and we have the results of that. Moreover, the new axis appears. This may call Chi Russia or Ru India. Different names could be given to such axes. But the essence is, and I talk to my colleagues, many of them say that in huge international organizations, it's very difficult to find common language, and pairs work better when there are some regional interests and opportunity to work in joint efforts. And that's why the interesting trend is shown that is based on protectionism by all the states. And protectionism may be healthy and unhealthy. And it's hard to work in such conditions. Apart to this, there is energy crisis as well as food crisis. In this regard, we have to choose such a reform number one, which should take place in agriculture, certainly. And approaches and what we discussed, like issues related to milk, we need just to put in order statistics. We need to recognize that we have a lack of dairy products and to define some quantity needed for the domestic supply and guarantee the sustainability of subsidies into the agriculture. Together with that, to build some behavioral conditions. And as General Park did when he appointed in South Korea some certain champions, which would be farms with forage base to develop the dairy and meat livestock. We will allocate the cheap money in order to grow up the animal population or the cattle population as fast as possible. manufacturing of red meat as well as chicken could be a reform which presumes the allocations from the budget in terms of subsidies into the agriculture with the conditions of so-called external squeezing when we grow the inflation, which is the security to the government, to the state. Agronomy, keeping agronomic indicators by all the farms as the behavioral condition for getting the government support as far as it is not capped. And not long ago, I was in Gosagro, and Ainerbek Gosnajarov said the following interesting thing, that subsidy is just a device for walking to a human, and until some certain period of time, this may be a pair of crutches only up to the development of the enterprise or keeping this enterprise unhealthy, and use of capacity of internal rivers. And we're talking about northern rivers, Irtysh, Ishim, that also includes another third factor, weather, which we cannot impact on. With other equal conditions, when we keep these factors, then the order may beat the calculations or computations. As I already said, what will it bring to? I will talk on the problems related to logistics and change of logistics. Logistics in supplies will inevitably cause consideration of consideration of industries, and now grain becomes the zone of tough competition. In order to trade the grain, we also need some further processing industry, processing of grain, and the huge sectoral programs that are very hardly monitored and that are supported with indicators should be replaced by the sectoral regional plans that could be monitored very easily, but they could be included into a national sectoral program. Such kind of reform will be implemented in agriculture. The next industry is trade, and from the researchers we need to say that trade is 18.7% from GDP, and actually it is 16%, but given the transport expenses as well as warehousing and etc., and 18.17% could be a huge figure, and 60% of the population in the earth is older than 60 years old. And what do these people do? They save money, they consume food and drinks of some different quality. They are indifferent in vehicles and machines. They rent the apartments. 85% of their shopping is done online, 40% via their smartphones. And what we may have in the future? In the future, the trade will be shifting into the digital format, and traditional shops or stores we are used to will be transformed into the warehouse, into the fulfillment center. And with that, we are going to invest in the modern format of trade. Why? Because we don't have other options. The formats of categories B, C, and very sophisticatedly managed, and we are going to support them. And in this regard, the government policy with the trends that are today in place will be in some way transformed, and there should be some balance in that. Although my consultants are used to say that average person makes 4 shoppings a week, 2 near his house and 2 in the big formats. And what will be his shopping habits tomorrow? Whether he will leave his housing for shopping or not, or there will be a walk in the family around into the cinema and etc. and no shopping in the traditional way. And that's why trade as one of the sectoral services now come to 18.7%, and we cannot lose this ratio. It should be either grow or should not be lost at all. And the third, what I am going to say, would be reconsideration our attitude to logistics, both transit and internal. And we say Western Europe, Western China. We may simply say West and East. And West and East for us is a transit corridor. We make money on transit transportation.
Now, given the fact what is happening in the world, all eyes are on north-south route. The change of the corridor or the route will bring to the change of the paradigm of the production. If West-East corridor was the battle for the quality for American and European markets, in north-south will be quantity because the markets are developing countries, but it will be harsh competitiveness, and we are already experiencing that harsh competition. We will have to diversify markets, diversify export. As a result, we will go to deeper processing that will allow us to cope with the road. Recently, we visited Iran and met different shipping companies, and they said, your product is very interesting for Nairobi, but you cannot bring to Nairobi the grain with this price. You can take flour, you can take the spaghetti, and Rudny city, which produces the iron ore. The investment return is 1,500 kilometers, and this iron ore was for the magnet to bring it just for several hundreds of kilometers, and now the whole city depends on it. What do they need to do? They need to diversify. They need to go deeper into the processing, and this requires capital, and those are the reforms. In this regards, the deeper processing in all fields, which we have always been talking, becomes very necessary, because we'll have to do that, because when you are forced, then you do, not because you do that or willing or unwilling. That's why many of the reforms that we are discussing with the colleagues, they are forced reforms. Next reform that we are going to have is a reform in the energy sector. We need primarily, why are they called in the energy sector? We need to define the sources of the raw material. We don't have so many options. In fact, unlikely the proficiency will be created on this market on account of the gas, but gas has its own challenges, and then we won't be able to use it for certain projects, for diversification, petrochemicals, petrogas chemicals, just chemicals, and so on. Therefore, gas is required for other purposes, and there are certain difficulties. Coal undoubtedly will stay as a raw material in spite of the fact about the green energy and so on and so forth. For certain consumption, non-industrial consumption, coal will still be used. And of course, uranium, it's a promising source because we have it in a limitless amount. And there are other factors, which are factors of the citizens, working with the citizens, raising awareness, renewable sources of energy, good sources of energy. If it's hydro energy, if there are other sources, then development of the regulatory capacity, and the regulatory capacity is something that we need. Instability and fluctuating energy of Kazakhstan is because of these sources. Then important reforms are in education. Education as a reform is long awaited. We are making the project called Comfortable Schools. We are investing big amounts, building the schools of new generation. But again, the quality of the faculty and teachers, where do we take so many teachers from? The question is, where would it bring in the future? In the senior grades, they'll have to be some majors, A-level that we have. That is when school students have to choose their major, and then the demand in the same quality of all subjects and disciplines will disappear. The shortage of staff will also lead to. We are now developing dual programs with foreign universities. 5 leading foreign universities will be coming to Kazakhstan. 3 have come, MIFI, Gubkin, and Arizona University. Few more are on way and considered, but it will not address the problem of all universities. Of course, the number of the students will be restricted and limited as well. In the future, we'll have to move in the direction of recognizing the right of the young people, and not only young people, to receive education online, confirm it then the results and outcomes of this education so that they can be part of this intellectual community, scientific or professional. This is such a big reform. And at last, since I'm now involved in the sociology, social subject, the public administration and the state support reforms, what we are doing now in the state support is reform is called a social wallet. Social wallet is the future development of the service state. The amount of the social support is quite big. We can call our state social state. We aim at that. It's not bad. But tomorrow it will stop certain development programs. Therefore, it's quite fair, and it was mentioned many times, that we need to support those who really need the support. The social support needs to be targeted. In the future development of this thesis will inevitably bring to that this area will be for optimization. The state will optimize the schemes based on big data, data-driven government. We can talk about it. We use elements of the feedback loop. They will study it. And now we are already starting this proactive delivery of the governmental services. We now look at few cases. Enterprise shut down. The head of the family lost his job. A similar enterprise or plant is in the nearing city, 60 kilometers away, or it's absent, and then the state should give a voucher for the movement, for commuting. And if it's not existing, then he needs to upgrade his qualification because he needs this support right now, right here. The family broken, they get divorced, husband loses job. What woman needs? A woman needs kindergarten, support from the state for the pregnancy period or for while the husband is still looking for the job. The system of the state administration, public administration will change. What is happening in the country now is listening state, the state that hears the voice of the people. It's what Mr. Robinson was talking about, elements of the inclusive development, which is already working since the beginning of the year. We are witnessing its vivid development, but digital technologies need to serve the budget first so that we have order. Mr. Sirik Makanovich, thank you very much. A short question and short answer, please. Overall, you agree that macroeconomic external conditions are very favorable. We have record export and most likely we'll have trade proficiency. National fund has big aims, 100 billions and so on. And there is alarmisms. Mr. Rubini is quoted by Oljas that there will be a big global crisis and a recession. Is there plan B or C in case if oil prices fall? And the reforms are, of course, relevant, but will they be able to carry the name of anti-crisis? Well, I don't want to retell now PCA. With the oil price, there will be scenarios, but the reform still will be. You think the state has plan B and plan C. It has optimal plan, super optimal plan, and not so optimal plan, which we call the option C. Of course, it mainly depends on the price of the raw material on world markets. But what I said, what is happening in external markets will change the paradigm itself. Those plans will be for some time with us, but by 2025, the amount of processed exports should be 41 billion tenge. It's a non-raw export. We are not talking about raw, non-raw exports. The processed export should be 41 billion tenge, and that is completely different plan, completely different targets. If we do in our scenarios, if we will be looking the midterm period, we will be in the vulnerable position. Thank you. Next speaker, Ashat Uzbekov, the chairman of the KSL. Ashat, please give very short your vision on priorities in reforms and how you should come out of your sectoral specificity. A very interesting format of the forum, very interactive. I'm happy to be among you. I try on behalf of the sector, and I'll probably also include something from myself. In one interesting book, it is said that maturity, that the state's success is a balance between the strong power and the mature society. Instead of those two ends, I would call it I would change into triangle. This is my personal position. I would call the personality of every person. Why the sector we are working in, the colleagues, it's a client-centered, just like a majority of the non-raw sectors of economy. It's a client-oriented, customer-oriented. The person is in the center. And if in the current triangle, the state dominates over the state and individual, I think as a result of not only those reforms, but overall the changes in our life, we need to be customer-oriented and human-oriented. If in usual life a person has a right, he doesn't like communication. He comes from competitors to us. In the case with the state, they need to be high level of involvement of the person, individual, and the state into the joint success, and not only to waiver and refusing living in our country, but do his best so that living in our country is at most comfortable, not from resource consumption and the supply point of view, but contribution and making additional value, economic added for yourself and for the society and for the state. This is my personal point of view. As for the communication, of course, we don't have 7G. We have 5G on the agenda. We understand that, again, if go back not to the triangle but to the pyramid, in the pyramid of the Maslow, the main thing is Wi-Fi, and we understand that now communication is so unnoticeable but integral part of life that we all colleagues and the 3 mobile operators and the fixed operators, we all see big discrepancy between demands of our subscribers and what we can offer. And we are in the new investment stage. Officially, it will be under the umbrella of the 5G, but I want to say 5G is a very good product, but meanwhile, making reference to 7-8 years ago, when 4G appeared, nobody knew how to use it, and there were a lot of supporters that 3G is enough. We have WhatsApp, we can watch the video, and now people don't imagine their life without smartphones and without applications, without banks, without shopping. I'm sure 5G will be and should be the database for the new leap. And now in the world, we don't have mass cases of using 5G B2C, business to customer. It's mainly private 5G, some solutions that are tailor-made. I'm sure that in the nearest few years there will be technological leap and all the demands of 5G will be met, and our customers, our consumers, our citizens will be using the advantages, and we on our hand will try to make the needs of customers and our opportunities to come into one line and not to mismatch. Thank you. I think some may say before going to 5G, let's not forget 4G and fix it so that it works properly. I understood that I was invited to be criticized and I'm ready to be scolded. Well, I'm not lonely in my statement. Not always 4G works stably in Kazakhstan. Well, the short, fast fact, all pilot operators made, mobile operators made pilots in Turkestan region in December of last year. 7 times increase the consumption of traffic in the city of Turkestan, and the share of smartphones. People who are over 80 times of times is all traffic is taken by the newcomers, and when full-scale 5G comes, the level of consumption will have to grow in exponentially, in tenfold. We made business cases, and I'm saying, as a representative of the representative, we do our best. We are making optimistic scenarios on consumption of the traffic, and I hope this time it all will be better. Thank you very much. Now we have some picture about the development of competition, small and medium business, dairy business, 5G. Our speaker, Oljas Tuliov, represents this. Tuliuf Oljasa, the strategic agency representative. Aspir Oljas, you remember that was institutional step to respond to the overall dissatisfaction, how we perform the reforms that were announced. And there were hopes that this institution that is not part of the government will play the role where expertise will be accumulated and the government will be consulting and getting the right indicators. And Bureau of National Statistics, ASPIR, your organization has been existing for a year or two. In President in 2019 assigned to develop the new economic policy, and the agency made several attempts to develop it, as I understand. Given the fact there is a new political cycle, Oljas, please tell your personal opinion. What do we enter with the prioritization of reforms, current state of the public administration? Because most likely this audience is also aware that there were wars. Rahim Sakenovich, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank CSI and Mr. Oljas Kudaibergen for forum and for invitation. Aset Armanovich Aygaliyev, the chairman, was supposed to speak, but he was on a business trip. That's why I was honored to replace him and to give the conceptual understanding of what we are doing.
Before answering the question, probably there should be some tour made into the history and to give definition to the word reform. We are discussing it, and this is the key topic of our session. And it is strange, but from Latin, reform is revival or return of what it existed before, and this is given by the French Academy of the 18th century to revive what already existed before. And in this perspective, the reform up to the new time showed that the European community was traditional and valued the achievements, and whatever new appeared certainly was resisted. And they explained it that what is with them now is much better than risks of doing something new. And Hoffman Hayek described it in his book. And the modern understanding of the word reform, which is reorganizations for improvements, was formed at the end of 1980s, when practically the collapse of two-polar world happened, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and acute crisis of the left populism in Latin America. And then in one of the conferences in the US, economist John Williamson presented his report that was named What Washington Understands Under Reforms, or what means for Washington the reform of policies. And he gave a recipe of 10 points that, first of all, was aimed at the countries of the Latin America, and then recipe was added by the Congress of the US, the International Monetary Fund, and now it is named Washington. If you can speak briefer, then we would appreciate it. In compliance with the time limits, I will be able to deliver my thought. And this new concept was adopted by Kazakhstan as well. And practically all 30 years of our independence, we were very obedient learners and tried to comply with the recommendations of the International Monetary Fund and other financial international organizations. And in the first stages, such reforms were fruitful, like liberalization of prices, new tax code, and other documents. And there was the growth of well-being, and GDP also was growing at the end of 1990s. But recently, we started to understand that the application of these principles do not allow us to achieve our goals. And the author John Williamson started to criticize his notion that he was misunderstood and misinterpreted, and the coming back why it didn't work. We may then answer why we should reform ourselves. And the peculiarities related to the political and legal basis should be taken into consensus. A Washington consensus is relevant for Kazakhstan now. We are talking about reforms for the nearest 7 years. I will continue and then you will understand. Now, if we are talking why the previous years were failure, we didn't achieve what we wanted to achieve, because we put the economic issues in the top of our priorities, and by that we didn't change the political system. And now, this year, it's well known from the message of our president on 16th of March that reforms will take place in political area. Now the pyramid started to show its shape, and there is good example of Estonia. After collapse of the Soviet Union, Estonia followed all the recommendations of the International Monetary Fund and formed the political basis, after that the legal layer, and only then to deal with the reforms in the economy. And we, during all 30 years, started from the top of the pyramid, changed the economy. And it was always the main concept that economy first, policy last, and which was not right. And if we started our political modernization, after that there will be legal modernization as well as the balance in the economy. And since September this year, the head of the state, talking within the framework of his message, announced about reforms that were formed together with the administration of the president and other government authorities. And in his message, he says about the reform in justice, in the quality of selecting the judges, and equality of judges, starting from the chairman, and increasing the institutionality and quality of the Supreme Judge Council. And answering your question about prioritization, I would say that, first of all, there should be legal reform going first, because it can ensure the rule of law. And second, it will be competitiveness issues, favoritism, as well as the globalization is in the agenda, and the reform related to countering favoritism and increasing competition. And the third block of issues would increase the economic freedom issues. And we here will pay attention to the middle businesses, and SME now is 50%, and middle business has 4 to 6%, which is explained by the current tax policy to motivate these companies to split down into minor units and pay more attention to smaller businesses. And this will be also budget as well as tax reforms. And new budget code is related to decentralization of inter-budgetary relations, increase of regions' independence, as well as important aspect related to the new format of transparency in relations between government and businesses. And certainly it should be sustainable. And we look at that via prism of new procurement law. And if we talk about the reforms that should be perceived by the population, certainly this will be reforms on pricing and the targeted social assistance and utilization in educational system, like parents could define what school their children could go to. What about the document named New Economic Policy that was failed to be drafted? And second, what is the quantity of complaints about the statistics reliability, and the key devices, economic indicators are broken, and we don't know what is the level of unemployment. It is always 5%. We don't know what is the business activities. We don't know what is the well-being of the population and the level of loans borrowed by the individuals. In this regard, whether any reform is planned, not just going back to the past, but education for the statistics. We communicate for a long time, and your questions were predefined by me. I expected you to ask these questions. As for all these policies, we need to be clear. There was assignment given by the president to the government that the new economic course should be formed. It was on the 11th January this year. After that, this work was also done by Aspir. We need to submit our format. We did this work, and I myself presented the conceptual vision of this document in Facebook, as well as in the Public Council and in other organizations. It was in May, April. After that, the document was submitted to the government, and government elaborated it. That's why our engagement was participation of some consulting way, and the document changed. It didn't look like the document we presented, and now NAP, as we name it, New Economic Policy, is under drafting of the Ministry of National Economy. You don't have any direct relation to it. Yeah, direct, no. And second question from you. Statistical agency was taken out of the agency of the government, which is the first step for ensuring independence, as far as there was huge conflict of interest. The second question relates to the quality of statistics. It was raised not only in Kazakhstan, but also in the developed countries, and that's why we may say that reliability or authenticity of statistics, the methodology to form the statistics, as far as there are very many sections in statistics, they all are in compliance with the international standards. They also are in compliance with the understanding by UN, IMF, and other international organizations. If we talk about the reliability, what you are talking very often about, level of unemployment, for example, yes, official level of unemployment comes to 5%. But this indicator is formed because of the additional calculations, not because of the... No. The question is whether there will be reform or no reform. I will finish. No, don't talk about employment. You just gave this example yourself, and that's why I think it's important to talk about that. As for the reforms, there are three types of reforms, and any person may apply for meeting, and our chairman may in Zoom or other format talk about that. Three areas of reforms: the digitalization of statistics first, second is collection of administrative statistics, departmental statistics, and the third relates to HR. And more details may be given by Mr. Jandos if anybody is willing to talk about that with him. And all these approaches were submitted to and supported by the administration of the president. And in the nearest future, you will see the results from these reports. Thank you very much, Oljas. I think that our discussion was very useful. Friends, before giving the floor to Oljas, I'd like organizers to show in the screen QR code for you to scan it and by link answer our questions and make our understanding fuller how the audience sees this situation. Okay, Oljas, let us finish this panel discussions with your vision related to 7 reforms. I try to speak in 2 minutes, and I see these reforms in the following way. The president was saying that 7 years will be remembered as a period of cardinal reforms. Oh my God. I'm sorry for these technical problems. And as the president was saying that the next 7 years will be remembered as 7 years of cardinal reforms and priorities, I see in the following way. Maybe the first direction will be in the political sphere, like elections of governors in the regions, and the structure of the government will be reformed. And the second area is administrative reform, and the point is that the government is full of internal limitations and cannot be operational. And the internal reform needs for the government to be fast. And the third reform relates to the justice. It was already said, and probably we may dispute here, that the justice reform should become reform number 1. The next reform will be in the law enforcement bodies and the Ministry of Defense, and a separate reform should be in the social sector. Reform number 6 will be sectoral reform that in different industries like energy sector, a lot of things are obsolete, agriculture, industry, etc. In each industry, who works in it knows about the problems there. And the next reform will relate to the activities of the government, strategical planning, budget planning in the government that will allow the state to make visions of the future and achieve these visions. These are the 7 areas where reforms are needed. Thank you. Friends, you see answers, your collective answers, and I like the quantity of likes, more than 2,000. And what are the most important 7 reforms? Reforms in the justice and law enforcement system. And in my view, this is quite adequate. Administrative reforms, elimination of bureaucracy, and economic reforms in industries. And I think this distribution of votes confirms the thesis that building the inclusive institutions that would ensure rule of law and following the contracts would certainly be very much needed, and success of the policy will depend on that very much. Let us applaud to our speakers to express our appreciation. I hope that you got some new knowledge, some new emotions. By that, we think the session is over.
Genov Oljas is invited to the stage for the presentation, the senior partner of the Center of Strategic Initiatives. We ask kindly everyone to come and join us after coffee break. So we shall not wait any longer. Let us start our session. We finish in 10 minutes and then we'll start forth. We present the 10 shocking forecasts. That was something we did in 2018, in 2019, and in 2021. I would like to warn you in advance that these shocking forecasts have the likelihood and possibility of less than 1%. But we as researchers got interested in the limits and the thresholds of the forecasts and to see what are possible black swans. So the first forecast, the powers of authorities of US start the criminal case against Trump, and he will be recognized as guilty and a party at fault, and will not be allowed to take part in elections in 2024. His supporters will see it as limitations of liberties and freedoms, and then there will be the further coup almost and the start of the civil war, because the administrative buildings will be captured. Second forecast, China will start the first orbital station with a capacity of 10 gigabaht. It will allow to send to the land batteries, and after this wireless transfer of the energy, tens of orbital power stations by 2030 will be opened. The success of these power stations will decrease the price, and the oil and gas price will be dropped. This will also have the big change in the structure of the economy of all oil extracting countries, with the consequence stop of investment for the exploration of the oil and gas. Next is in 2025, the countries will be able to come to the agreement about the new structure of UN, which will receive significant empowerments to interfere into the actions and the activities of the countries of the Union, or about the Security Council. Factually, countries will be offered voluntarily to shift to the standards of the developed countries. All agree to the external government. Also, members of the Security Council will be obliged to fund and implement a mission on terraforming of the nearest planets, as well as projects on development of the force. Sanctions against Russia will cause adverse effect. The authorities will be forced to comply with the principles of meritocracy. This will cause enthusiasm from people, and they will be right decisions and the implementation of the operative implementation, which will allow to create effective construction to manage economics. The next is adverse. Russia will lose the war and will have to return territory to Ukraine, including Crimea. This will cause the full demoralization in Russia and the civil protests about the losses, and at the same time the country will be at the edge of collapse. 6. In the nearest 3 years, on the BRICS, there will be new. BRICS itself will be wider, will include Iran, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, SOC, and all organizations will be merged into BRICS, and it will be a legal military economic bloc. Turkey will leave NATO due to the Finland and Sweden's failure to comply with their liabilities. NATO will exclude Turkey, include Sweden and Finland. We all know that there is a ceiling for the oil, and as a response, BRICS countries and the OPEC will set the lowest thresholds for the export of oil and rare earths and metals that will not be the part of the bloc. That will be the minimum price, and they will be the highest price from the import from the countries that are not members of the bloc. So for BRICS it will be the nearest threshold, and the raw materials from non-BRICS countries will be the upper threshold. This will be the end of globalization and shift to the multipolar world, where economic game will be on the principle of the external and internal player. 8. China will introduce a ban to the export of the rare earths and metals. After the ban, China will start to make the new chips of the new generation. After the first success, China will ban the export of the rare earths and metals. China will set condition to the Taiwan and will create the world crisis, disrupting the supply chain. Then 9, likelihood of the third world war will be 0. There will be several reasons. NATO will be increased and widened on account of Sweden and Finland. In Saudi Arabia, the military conflict will start. They are now potential allies for China. In third, US will be fully engaged in their internal political agenda. In fourth, China will announce by 2023 the achievement of the double advancement on amount of military ships and ferries. This is cases and the forecast where the likelihood is less than 1%, and there is one more forecast where the likelihood is over 1% in 2018, when we were giving forecasts that Forbes list will be updated. This forecast came true. We also forecasted that there will be Aspir and AFN will be separate from the National Central Bank, and we will come up as a country to the beginning of the 2000s. We give next forecast, and we want likelihood to be over 1%. In 2023, the public administration will be updated by 90% on all branches, court, executive, legislative. Additional to human resources, there will be the reforms in the administration. It will demonstrate the trust to the political civil servants, also at atmosphere of the inevitable punishment for corruption. As a result, in 2025, the state budget will move from the shortage to the proficiency, and there will be high-scale initiatives to support and take care of children. That's all. I hope this will come true. I invite to this stage the moderator of the fourth session, Ruslan Sultanov. Dear guests, dear participants of the Forum of Strategic Initiative, I welcome you at the session the Great Resettlement, Migrational Challenges of the Future, that will discuss important issues of the migrational problems. Let me introduce our speakers. First of all, we are having it in this hybrid format, and we have two online guests, two online participants. Sayasat Nurbek, Minister of Science and Higher Education. Sayasat, are you with us? Ruslan, I can hear you well. I hope you can hear me well. Hello from Almaty. The second speaker is also online, Kumar Aksakalov, the mayor of the governor of the North Kazakhstan region. Yes, I am also here with you. Now let me invite the guests who are in the audience. Lazat Ibrahimova, the chairperson of the joint stock company Otbas Bank. Good morning, good day. And Yerbol Tulegenov, the junior partner of CSI. And now let me move to our event itself. Today in the world, according to the assessment of the international experts, there are about 280 million international migrants, 3.54% of the whole population of the world, and every group of migrants, they have their own reasons to migrate to a certain country, but each migrant is looking for the better conditions for himself and for his close ones and relatives and loved ones. We understand that migration can give positive or negative impact. For some countries, migration gives opportunity to supply itself with new labor resources and gives impetus to the economic growth. According to some international experts, these migrants will generate over 9% of the amount of the world GDP, which is by 3 trillion more rather than they would stay in their own countries. At the same time, we understand there are significant risks that will lead to the mismatch and the disbalance to all markets and also social tension as well as dissatisfaction among migrants and the local population. Thus, the significant effect is impacted by the migrational flow, social, economic, political, and today we see that the most attractive things are US and Germany. In US in 1970s there were 12 million international migrants to now, whereas now there are over 50 million migrants in Germany. In the last 10 years the turnover and migrants number has grown, reaching 12 million. In Kazakhstan in the last 20 years, there are about 800,000 people coming. Of course, we have a negative outflow of migrants more, and activation of migrational process with the Russian Federation. And now my first question is to the Governor of the North Kazakhstan region, Mr. Kumar Yergebayevich. My question is, the forced migration from Russia will be over 1 million people. And my question is, what part of migrants settled in North Kazakhstan region? Were there timely excesses related to settling migrants on the territory of your region? Well, you know, in North Kazakhstan region is a bordering region. It 7.5 thousand kilometers of the dry land between Russia and Kazakhstan, and we are accounting for 2.5 thousand kilometers of this kilometers of border. On we could see from 21st of September the sudden increase of people. Over 92,000 Russian citizens crossed the border. 8.5 thousand referred to one-stop shops to receive the individual identification number to be able to receive to do the bank transactions, and 2,500 people who crossed the border. In 1 year, they were 1,300 people, and 600 received work permits. You know, according to the legislation, the citizens of Russia can be on the territory of Kazakhstan over 90 days. During these 90 days, they can be employed. If person likes to stay longer on the territory of our country, so to stay longer, more than 90 days, then refers for the permit. So we had 1,300 people who applied, and 600 of them received those permits. There were no excesses. We could see the big wave and opened the front office not to create the lines and the crowds, and this was done very quickly. Therefore, saying that there were excesses or some sudden events, I cannot say, during the transition or during the resettlement, that was not mentioned. Dear Mr. Kumar, we understand that one of the important factors of attractiveness of the region in those conditions was the level of the social and economical level of the region, its engineering infrastructure.
And Mr. Kumar, as a second question, I would like to ask you if there is the second wave of mobilization in Russia and relatively the second wave of migration, and the volumes will increase 2-3 times, how your region will be able to cope with such of flow of migrants, and what positive effects could be from inflow of migrants into your region, both for your region as well as for the state. Answering your question, probably I'd like to say that migration processes do not do not go without any footprints. Certainly there is impact on the prices on food and violation of the logical chains, as well as different risks. And huge inflation impacted on many countries that are integrated into the global economy because of the ongoing geopolitical confrontation as well. And we see that the international experts community, the crisis we experience together, name the crisis that it doesn't look like any other crisis in the world. And it impacted many countries. And in October this year, in the US, inflation came to 7%. And high inflation was also fixed in England during 40 years. This is the first year when inflation came to that high level. And migration processes certainly threaten to the global food security. And people are born more during the last 50 years. The number of residents in Earth increased actually twice. And yesterday we saw the information from the UN that they fixed the 8 billion residents of our Earth. And certainly they all need food. And we expect that by 2050, the population of Earth would come to 10 billion, and consumption of food products will increase more than by 70%. And repeating all this, I again say that they need food, they need drinking water, footwear, as well as clothes. And we set up the task to ensure the food security, first of all, and in the agro-industrial complex, as well as in plant growing, we increase the yields of vegetables, and also there is room to work in livestock breeding, and we cannot supply ourselves with the dairy products, and we import a lot of such products. And that's why now we decided to develop the dairy farms, and only this year we built 17 farms like that. We increased the processing industry, and there is a lot to do, and different related sectors are developed in industry, up to 400 million tenge pool for opening the jobs, and started to develop construction industry, and investments in construction industry increased 2.7 times. And these all are jobs. And what I am talking about, everywhere the workers are needed. And if the labor migrants under this scenario will move to our country, I think that we will be able to offer them jobs. And I think that from this task is doable. As for the infrastructure, we understand that during the first 2 days that are most critical when the people cross the border, your region, according to your forecast, will be able to survive, to cope with this issue? Yeah, we cannot say about the whole country, but we see that the rental payments increased and hotels are full now, and then everything became more or less okay, and we don't see huge border crossing now on a daily basis. We admit 2,000 people crossing the border on a daily basis. Okay, thank you. We will come back to you. Now are coming to the audience and understand that geopolitics as well as politics impact on the issues we consider now. I'd like to ask the question to Irbol Tulegenov, junior partner in the Center of Strategical Initiatives. Tell us, please, how potentially the scope of migration from Russia can increase, and what is the migration from the southern countries to Kazakhstan, and what are the potential scopes of migration in the pessimistic scenario. Good afternoon, everybody. I represent CSI company. We do different researches, forecasts, and up to 2050, 2090, and we consider different scenarios. And if you are talking about danger from one-time crossing the border by migrants from Russia, and there will be another wave of mobilization, and now they mobilized 300,000 people, and yesterday the missile fell in the border with Poland, and if they announce another wave of mobilization, they recently forecast that in Russia, in the active conscript year in Russia, there are 13 million people. And if we take even older residents, then this amount will increase to 30 million. And 2.5 million people moved to Kazakhstan, and we also have 3.2 million ethnic Kazakhs who are residents of Russia, and they may move to Kazakhstan because of their relatives being residents of our country, and the 1 million people of conscript age may cross the border, may move to Kazakhstan. The worst scenario is that this will be one-time migration. On the one side, these are ethnic Kazakhs. On the other side, the people who moved from here will be also people who are close to us, and maybe infrastructure will not survive. And 100,000 Russians who moved to Kazakhstan was a challenge to us, and they rented the apartments. The prices for rental apartments increased, and it could be a collapse if the more people will move. And labor migrants from Central Asia, from 5 to 15 million people, if the living standards become worse in Russia and construction sites will be suspended, they will come to Kazakhstan for employment. And this could be 2 million people coming to us searching employment opportunities, and also could cause collapse. If we take the southern regions and look at Afghanistan with 40 million of population, and the situation is not sustainable there, in any minute this could be a civilian war, and they could move to Tajikistan, to Uzbekistan, and then finally find themselves in our country. And if we look at Syrian scenario, 30 million people escaped from Syria to Turkey, and 40 million of population, out of them 12 million may be distributed in 5 Central Asian countries, then Kazakhstan may see 20 million people coming to us. So million avoiding mobilization. 2 million labor migrants who could also move to Kazakhstan, and then there will be 5.5 million people, including those who go from Afghanistan. This will be one-time migration, which will be a challenge for our country. If the migrants are IT specialists, they can be employed and can be beneficial for our economy, but the system should get prepared now already for such kind of events. We were experienced in 1940s when there was deportation and a lot of people were forced to move to Kazakhstan. But I think that there should be a program, plan B, plan C for such kind of situations. Thank you, Yerbol. You just touched a very interesting aspect, and I'd like to ask a question. You are talking about 5 million migrants in the future, and what is your forecast? Optimal population growth, because of the burn rates and birth rates increased and migration moved to our country, in order to make everything in accurate way. Let us take historical, what we were good in. In 1992, Kazakhstan admitted 180,000 people who found themselves beyond Kazakhstan and decided to return to their native country. There was a huge wave of resettlement of Oralman. Up to 2010, we admitted 170,000 migrants, and our economy was okay. We found jobs for them and built houses for them, helped to get education, and incorporated them into the system. Now there are 15,000 during the last 5 years. Repatriants of Kazakhstan are not big in number moving to Kazakhstan, and 12,000 people moving to Kazakhstan would be okay. And if we consider the foreign experience like US, they admit up to 1.5 million people by green cards. This will be 0.3% from the population of the US. 50,000 people will be 0.3%. We will be able to admit people. They should migrate in a smooth way, not in one time. And the foreign countries classify the migrants like a reunion of relatives, and there is economic migration when they come for employment issues. Then there should be filtration in a maximum way to screen out the most qualified working force. And there are sponsorship, like Uzbekistan announced in news that for $1 million they may offer citizenship of Uzbekistan. And we also can attract money into the economy, offering them to buy our citizenship. And the population of by forecast of UN, by 2050 in Kazakhstan there will be 24 million of residents, and by 2100 there will be 32 million of residents. And if we look at the characteristics of the country, usually they see what is the population of the country, and intuitively they can assess the national security, defense capability, and economy. And as minimum, we need 50 million by 2100 and even earlier. And in general, in average, in Turkestan region, average woman bears 5 kids. In northern regions, this birth rate is much lower, and the birth rate goes down, and as more developed the country is, the number of children in average family goes also down. But if we can employ, if we can offer education for the children, then the number of kids can increase up to 4. And we may come earlier to this 50 million population, or via migrants, via effective, thorough policy, we may attract migrants and increase the population of the country. And that is the forecast. Thank you, Yerbol. Important is, and I agree, that we need to incentivize birth rate, creating the conditions. And we understand that the trend for urbanization is inevitable, unavoided, and we need to pay attention to the growth of territories and regions. And I think that in our new programs, the development of agricultural territories will be ensured as far as birth rate in rural areas is much higher than in urban ones. And you touch the issue of qualified HR when we talk about migrants and their inclusion into the current economic system. And let us switch to other issues. Let me address the next question to Mr. Sayasat, Minister of Science and Higher Education of Republic of Kazakhstan. Tell us, please, under conditions of increasing competition for the qualified HR, do we cope with the migration being employed in the schools, in higher educational establishments? Is there any mechanism to build them in to our educational system? Whether is there any interest from Russian universities to faculty of these universities to move to Kazakhstan? Thank you very much. I am sitting in the airport waiting for my flight to Astana. And at the beginning, let me briefly add my comments into the previous statements. I agree that we need to look at migration issues from the demographical point of view. And our situation related to demography is very, very bad. And we expect 400,000 be born last year. And pandemic had its positive aspects. And record of the 20th century was in 1970, when we had a record in birth rate, and it became lower as far as the generation that was born in 2001, and in 2000 we had very few or low birth rate. We in general may say that in the regions, in the Central Asian region, UN noted 8 billion of Earth's population. We, during 12 years, were able to step from 7 billion to 8 billion of population. And we also need to look wider at these issues, distinguished delegates, so that in India, in Bangladesh, there is huge demographic peak, and in the beginning of the next year, there will be another peak. And we need to feed the people, educate them, as well as to get them closed. And Ruslan, I am switching to your question. We see that the pressure on the system of education starts to grow, not only internal pressure, but also external as well. I am working as minister for the 4th year and see that this is quite a challenge for our country. 620,000 students we have now in our universities, and by 2030 we expect that there will be 1 million of students, not only because of the internal migration, but also external migration. students from Bangladesh, India, and etc. Studied historically in Ukraine. Now we became the hub of that mobility, and there is outflow of our citizens who look for new options, new hubs for their continuation of education, not only of our citizens, but citizens of other countries. And this was just a crisis that is certainly very hardly regulated as far as this is one-time migration.
Unfortunately, it's 70s of the last century in 1974, 75. Karaganda University loses its 70 hectares, 50, 60 years. There were no investment into the academic structure. And current universities, they are squeezed in fast-growing infrastructure. And this year, we had a big problem with the dorms. If in the past we had dormitories and usually 3 weeks would be some loud, but then this was out. But today we have about 80,000 seats and beds shortage. Almaty, Shymkent, in high concentration of universities in Almaty. And now, taking your question, yes, in such crisis situation, we have a very good, unique even opportunity, once in a lifetime generation opportunity. It means a big number of researchers and scientists, top ones of Russian, Ukrainian universities are looking for the opportunities to continue their researches, their academic career in other universities, including in our region. They view Kazakhstan. We have dialogue, very cautious dialogue with many of such researchers. It will be done decentralized through our universities. They will be invited as a host, as a guest lecturers, and then as scientific research workers for our labs. And if we prepare ourselves properly, Kazakhstan in the nearest 3-5 years will be able to get into the strong regional hub of mobility. This year, Kazakhstan co-chairs the Bologna process, Bologna refugee and Bologna follow-up, and we announce in October creating Central Asian space of the higher education on the principle of Bologna process that will allow quickly integrate universities and increase the attractiveness of our higher education. We actively start and invite foreign universities. Mr. Kumar didn't mention that Arizona University opened in his region, and for the first time we saw interesting 6 other regions of Kazakhstan sent students. I talked to many parents. Taras, Shymkent, we are receiving very interesting internal migration. We are actively working with European and American University, Michigan, Hellas, top Scottish high-ranking university next year will be open its branch in the Aktobe State University. And the third important point, we shall actively start digitalization, officially let and allow online education, officially started. There was a legislative loop and ban which we have lifted, and it requires resources, and this hybrid format will be popular. And taking your question, Ruslan, yes, there are high risks, but there are also high chances. If we do everything properly, in the next 3-5 years, Kazakhstan and overall Central Asia can become the serious hub academic mobility, as it was done in Qatar, Emirates. Thank you, thank you. I hope that exactly what would happen, and I continue while you are still in touch with us. We shall very carefully track demographic trends. According to our forecast, the number of people who are on the labor market will be increased due to the high birth in 2000, and by 2030, additionally, there will be 1.5 million people additionally on the labor market. So my question is, Sayasat, if we do the reforms, high-scale reforms that it was discussed, do we have enough own human labor resources, or do we need migration flow? We often use that highly qualified migrants are coming. We also have CVs, and I see their high qualification. And to your mind, what are the occupations and professions that are most in demand? Thank you very much for the answer. Government is preparing itself. Also, now there are certain stages of the migration policy concept. Very interesting document. 30 big initiatives. A lot that was discussed is reflected. 250,000 per 10. The talent visa, to have talent visa that is successfully used in US. We have a visa for teachers and professors and researchers. It's a separate educational initiative. So now officially document is not accepted, so I cannot make official reference to it, but this concept has very interesting tools that will allow to focus and quickly attract the resources, human resources with the technical and other skills that we are short of. Ministry in its strategy is doing the following. First, we are, since next year, start developing the advanced preparation of human resources. Last 5 years, I was doing atlas of new occupations, and now we see regional maps. We want every region to receive its map, identify the skills and competences that are required for the regional economy, could see the shortage and deficiency that is existing, and would start then prepare staff at the national universities or through the migrants. There is a shortage of technical staff, technical people. We have lost in the 90s engineers and technical experts, and also the state contract, the 112,000 only learned to be engineers out of 600. It's 36%. And we increased the number of grants. 88,000 we gave us. 60% we gave to the engineering technique. This shortage of the human resources in 2-3 years will be felt. 2-5 years we'll try to fill in our markets and our universities with engineering and technical staff. And those people who are looking for relocation, maybe this is something to look into. Thank you very much, Sayasat. I understand that you have a flight to go to catch up. We will not keep you any longer, but if you could stay, we'll be very happy. Meanwhile, since we touch students and the youth, my question to Mr. Kumar Irgibaevich. Mr. Kumar, are you with us? Yes, I am with you. I would like to ask you, since we talk about the young people and their supply, for the brain drain, to stop the brain drain from the region, what do you do? How do you improve the attractiveness of the region? It's not our future, it's our present, I would say. What do you do to stop the brain? Yes, you're absolutely right. Unfortunately, we have negative dynamics for many years. We are losing labor resources and young people who graduate schools, traditionally for many years, up to 30% would go to out of the country, out of the region, and they would go to this would be young people who have very good knowledge. They would go to Russian universities. If we talk about Russian, since January, there was a policy of inviting students to their universities, and they would invite the best graduates with the best knowledge from our country. 5 years ago, jointly with the ministry and jointly with the government, we started to increase the number of grants, first of all for our university, for our regional university, and the number of grants increased 2.5 times. As of today, thanks to the work of increasing grants, 70% of the graduates of schools are staying, and the number of students who are living outside of the country decreased twice. We see about 15% of the graduates of schools, they left the country borders. Secondly, we adopt regional Kızıljar Жастары. It's a subsidized mortgage, which can be which is for quasi-state sector and law enforcement agency staff. This is also significant. And the other projects that I was mentioning in agriculture, the plants and the factories, all of them are to create the employment opportunities for young people. Thank you very much. Now let's move to the most difficult question of the last months. It's accommodation, housing. I think this is the most difficult one. Today in Almaty is difficult to go because there are no hotels or expensive hotels. Lezat Yerkinovna, you probably understand that I'm shifting to you. We all know the prices have increased. Partly they went down, but it was the first wave. We hope it stays at the same level, but the prices we see are high. They didn't go back to the previous level and most likely won't do so. So if 2-3 times more people would come and migrate, Kazakhstan does have any reserve of the housing reserve. Thank you. According to the Government for Citizens data, we have 6.3 million house owners. So let's say 19,000 people, 6.3 house owners. The statistics is not bad. If we have 10 million economically active citizens, it means 60% are house owners. This is a good result for the 30 years of independence. And then if we go deeper into the structure, 5.6 million, about 90% is the only house, is the only accommodation. And the question that journalists like to ask me as Otbas, how many people have more than 717,000 can be considered the middle class? They have more than 2 apartments, and out of them 2 apartments, 606, 84,900 people have 3 registered apartments, 16,501 they have 4, 5 houses, 4,006 apartments, 900 people, and 972 people have 7 apartments, and then there is a downward dynamics. However, there are people, and about 147 who are unique, who have 20 and more apartments registered, 147 people. And if we make a simple analysis, about 1.4 adult have create family with this ratio, and 4.3 million families, they own these 6,300,000 apartments. There are also houses, and all houses on rural territories. When I talk, everyone thinks it's like apartments and or apartments in the regional centers. No, it's all over the territory, all villages that you were born and left. When you were born, they were 9,000. Now there are 4,000, excluding myself. For example, I grew in the village of the town type, and according to our estimates, about 1,200,000 free apartments, but there are grown-up children who can live separately from parents, and 80% of this pool and 80% of time when they are rented out on the market, we have 430, 450,000 apartments, which could be presented. I opened Krysha and I opened 52,000 advertisements that houses are for rent. I think Yerbol is right. This one-off arrival created some panic, and they were very they were able to pay, and they came to big cities, Nur-Sultan, Almaty, Shymkent, Petropavlovsk, Uralsk during the first batch, like bordering cities, and their payability also created this demand, high demand, and there is a question: how many apartments do they rent? According to our estimates, no more than 50, 60,000 apartments. Is it more or little? Is it much or little? According to the estimates in Kazakhstan in 2020, 84,000 Kazakhstan citizens were studying abroad. It's a very good 626 students, thousand, and about 12% are. So imagine all students just came back home and would create this demand for the housing, for the property. I think the market is getting steady. There were many cases when the houses were not sold, not for the sale, because rent became more attractive. However, we shall also understand the country can cope maximum till 1 million migrating people. The rest will create, I would say, the systematic failures. There will be excessive shortage of resources, and we will experience and feel it, and it will turn into social pressure. Thank you. Thank you. That's why organizers decided to hold such a dialogue. We shall all evaluate the potential risks and understand what we need to be ready for. I asked about the first 48 hours because you need to provide housing and food, so there is no tension with the local populations that can affect and impact negatively. To continue housing and property subject, part of the migrants come and leave. Kazakhstan, in this case, is a transit destination for them, but migrants who already moved and who are living here, if they stay, if they given the fact our demographic situation and the growth of the population, we understand that in the current format, our current social engineering infrastructure is at the edge of its ability and possibilities. It doesn't provide what citizens need. For example, in Astana, the problems with heating, that there is not enough capacity for proper heating. And if migrants stay and more would come, Do we need to review housing policy? Do you think how much we shall build annually, because market is growing? If you look at the Krysha KZ, there are a lot of agents. Most likely there are no 50,000 advertisements, and the market is smaller and narrow. How much do we need to build so there is enough for our citizens and migrants who would also become our citizens? It's a good question, Ruslan. I think we shall understand the upper strategic level. We are at the strategic level forum today, and we shall ask ourselves the next question. Not what would happen in 7 years. In 7 years, I know I will be 57 years. My granddaughter will go to the kindergarten. I'll try to find a good education. My younger son will finish school and will enter university. And the question that we as a nation and as a state shall ask, what shall happen in 50 years? What we've done in 20 years?
And actually, you wrote the great resettlement of nations and migration challenges. Great resettlement of nations was at the beginning of 1990s. And from Kazakhstan, we had outflow of 4 million people. And Yerbol said only to the Russian Federation, 2.5 million people were gone. And this was great resettlement. And we always had great migration process. And we just redone our policy for migration. And during 30 years, there was huge restart of the whole population. I grew in the north of Kazakhstan. In 1993, I got married. It was Yerementau sub-region, a village where actually the 90% of whom were ethnical Germans, and certainly the whole village spoke the Russian language. And I recall that we admitted the aircraft of our resettled people, ethnical Kazakhs, who asked the question, why everybody spoke Russian language? That was the challenge for them, that they were flying to Kazakhstan expecting to speak Kazakh language, and they were immersed in the Russian language. And certainly we need the migration policy where the housing policy will become a part of that migration policy. And the first question we still cannot answer: are we for the urbanization? Raise your hands who thinks that in Kazakhstan there should be 3 million cities and 90% of the population should reside in the cities. Raise your hands. And you should not raise your hands because this will happen. Yes, it will. And according to our computations, we see that urbanization process is going on, and the number of internal migration flows of population to Almaty and Astana, and mortgage loans are issued in these cities as far as there is huge demand for that. And what we would do with the rural population, we will resettle them and offer social lifts for their resettlement and give the access to the good quality medicine. And I think that we didn't work in this area, and these young guys in January events were going along the streets and saw the citizens of Kazakhstan that could pay for their dinner the amount they are paid for the whole month. And this was the reason of the January events. And the index, which grows from year to year, and there is huge gap. And the president is talking about the social just. And the normal researches should be done in the social, economic, and during the last 3 years, I don't see such kind of research in the market. Although you are the director of the economic research institution, I am the leader of the bank, and I also don't see this. I am now dealing with the families with many children. We are the only bank that provides loans to such families, the loans, and we make them owners of the housing. And about 80% of cases of the loan beneficiaries are females who grow the kids in the families with single parents, and they go to Shymkent, Almaty, Astana, and certainly when we see the assistance is provided by the relatives who are co-beneficiaries or co-borrowers of such kind of mortgage loans, and they create then stories how they are settled in these big cities. And when you ask me how much housing should be built, and I answer at the level at which the leaders of the country are answering, and we have 198 square meters be built for such families, and up to standards we need to build 180 million square meters of housing. But when we in the last year started to build 14 million square meters, we already got the pressure. We already had a lack of thermal energy, lack of water supply, and the issue was increased about the density of such kind of buildings in the big cities. And migration is very closely related to the social behavior of people, how we will build the internal migration. In Kazakhstan, the people will be felt how they are integrated into the social institutions. And now I see that we undervalue the problems of the youth, and we may say to the municipalities, and we now implement the program Almaty Jastari, where we give 70% of priorities to the youth and give loans to 15 million people with 10% of the initial contribution, and for 15,000 of positions in the program we get 40,000 of applications. Look at this demand. And I suffer also for the internal migration that shows now huge language difference. When we work with southern regions, then the population is fully Kazakh speakers, and they have their own Instagram, their own media characters, and believe me, we are not there. We are not among such kind of characters. They have practically different agenda. And in the north of Kazakhstan, in the central city, which is administrative capital, something looks quite different here. The Russian language environment, most of the fora are in the Russian language, and I am confident that in the comments in YouTube will be 10% of such comments why our speakers do not speak the Kazakh language. And such a problem also should not be ignored. We need to understand that we build Kazakhstan of future, and we all will be living together, and the language should be chosen. And I am for transition into the switch to Latin alphabet, which will help us to build a house. And Timur was giving nice allegory that we will build the new house. There should be the internal charisma for different rooms, and the most important thing is that in this multi-storied building of our Kazakhstan there should be social lifts. We need to offer to any child who is in a small city, in a rural area, or maybe not in the elite school, because of his talents, should be able to move to the upper floors, and then we will get such a state. And I'm talking now about the 10th challenge, that we are changing the system of self-governance. I always ask how you will change it, for whom you will do it. And it's good that forum took place. And coming back to the housing policy, I may say that housing is the basis of security of humans, and birth is the upper trust to the government. When a female says, I will bear in this state, second, she sees the male for whom she will bear, and she sees the future of the state, that in 20, 30 years, here there will be nice living standards. And at the level of the strategy, we need to plan this. And I liked very much today the right thesis from Oljas, that even bad plan is much better than lack of any plan. That's why we need to have a plan for the nearest 50 years, including plans for the housing construction. How many million square meters of construction there should be, and huge demand is, and a lot of experts say that in the country the mortgage boom bubble is in the country, but in Europe this indicator is more than 20%, and in our country huge number of underfinanced tools for mortgage, and a huge number of young people are willing to participate in the program. But we have two problems. First, lack of good mortgage products with the low initial contribution, and second problem is low paying capacity and demand. And for revenues, we need to organize another conference in this room. Thank you. I would like you to show in the screen a poll, and via QR you should vote. And my request will be, and we now discuss the issues related to the construction, I would like to make a focus on the second word, we. And this is an important pronoun and important message. Only getting united, we will be able to build this house. As far as one is not a warrior, and it is not real to build a house by individuals, and if we do not have engineering infrastructure. And we faced this not long ago. Yesterday I just observed the situation in housing complex Madrid. Without heating system certainly would be terrible. And meanwhile we have another question to you, Ms. Lazat, to follow up your recent words. Are you planning to use some new tools? In Majlis there is a law, and there are amendments done in the housing relations, and within the framework thereof we'd like to change approach conceptually, and there are very many disputes. And as you know, we have 300,000 people as co-founders, and we did calculations and saw that more than 2 million people need the housing, and there are categories of citizens that are enabled to participate in such grace programs. And municipalities that distribute the lines in such a programs would like to switch to give this function to Otbasi Bank in order to build the digital portrait of the families, what generation, how many apartments are in ownership, in order to build the fair lines for such kind of loans, but there should be long-term program within the framework of which we may announce that 25 years we will allocate such kind of financial resources, and annually 25,000 families will improve their housing conditions. And now each year we depend on the capabilities of the Republican budget, how different programs are formed, and relatively I may say that disadvantages of this strategic planning do not allow to talk that a big number of interesting big housing programs may be offered. At the same time, we are active at the level of regions and say to the governors to do some corporate programs together. Certainly, we will not be standing still. There are very many young people, and huge demand is for ownership of real estate. And thank you very much. I'd like to summarize and repeat several ideas. Number one is the consequences of demographic booms of 2000 we feel now, as far as in the higher educational establishments we see a lot of graduates of high schools, and my son also is a student, and I may say that our educational establishments are not ready to such inflow of students, and this workforce in 4 years will be in the labor market, and how our markets will be able to absorb that number of graduates, and the quantity will grow from year to year. And these demographical forecasts are in great need, and we already said that in the next year the situation will be that scientific methods will be able to be used for demographical forecasts for years ahead. As far as without it we cannot move on. We need to understand how many we need for such population, and from that the migration flows will be forecasted, and more important, how many financial resources should be invested in the construction of housing, infrastructure development, and sector of services that will ensure the quality of living. And here we need to take into consideration the trends for urbanization and agricultural areas, whether there will be any residents in rural areas, and this is good. We need to create conditions for quality living standards for them, and we should not do such things without any thinking process in order not to fail there. And from there the budget policy also will be built. We need to take into consideration the challenges, not only the budget. And the second aspect, we need to take into consideration and understand that migration pressure that we see now gives also positive aspects, like businesses take additional clients that are with good paying capacity. And now we see that migrants who came to our country are with good paying capacity. And if there will be inflow of less the migrants with lower paying capacity, then we need to get prepared for Plan B, Oljas was speaking about. We need to understand this. And the third advantage is from the perspective of any employer, and each of us faces this competition in the labor market. We see that the qualified working force is in deficiency, and a lot of employers talk about that. And the qualified workforce is coming to our country, and this is good. And what is important, I'd like to say that when there was that inflow of migrants and our population demonstrated hospitality and tolerance. This also should be noted, and everybody in the room positively perceived this, and actions of our citizens that helped the migrants. We all understand this. And important moment also is we need to get prepared for Plan B as well. And we discussed this before, and everything depends on our being ready, how we will behave further on. Then we may get in a maximum positive aspects that will allow us to get positive economic growth and improve the conditions for our citizens. So this is the summary. And for finalizing, I'd like to give the floor to organizer of the forum. Oljas, the floor is yours. By that, the session is over and the forum is over. I'd like to express appreciation to all those who stay with us till the end. And in the first session, there is no room and there are no vacant seats. And with the next session, fewer and fewer people stay with us. That's why the appreciation is expressed to you who stayed with us until the end. And the forum, we invited a lot of guests too, like Timur Suleimanov, Serik Zhimogen, Baghdad Musin, and Umar Aksakalov, Lezat Tarkanov, and others.
Yerkan Tukumov, Yerjan Saltabayev, Ruslan Sultanov. They are all specialists in their field, and I would also like to mention that I personally have trust to their competence and to the values of those people. Kumar Aksakalov, he's showing very good results in North Kazakhstan region, and with his good support, we had a project on opening branch of the double diploma in Arizona University and North Kazakhstan University. If not Kumar Aksakalov, this university wouldn't happen, because we first went to Shymkent. They received very badly. Then we went to North Kazakhstan, and they wanted just to do it for the tick and forget about Kazakhstan. But Kumar Aksakalov showed wonderful presentation of the region and the university, and they decided to stay in Kazakhstan. Therefore, on Timur Suleimanov, he showed a good example, shared a good example. When we were preparing behind the curtains, he told me to remove any passes to his work, say that he's just a modest civil servant. And today you've heard people, you've listened people to whose values and professionalism I entrust them. There were also different companies, and I would like to thank Timur Turlov for becoming general partner of the forum KSL, BITORG, Association of the Armed Forces, Alash Media Group, Tingen News, Massaget, Atomiken Business, Nige KZ, Exclusive Capital, all of them supported this forum, and we invited to this forum two well-known people, Nassim Talebov and James Robinson. With Nassim, I met at the Astana Economic Forum, and we met, and I asked him a number of sharp questions, and his agent told me, Nassim, that is quite capricious. He doesn't, that he chooses forums. If there is no trust to the organizers of the forum, he wouldn't participate. And the circumstances were successful. So we had previous meeting, probably that was lucky, and all of this forum is pierced with the sincerity. There is no on-duty performance or official things. I hope this forum was useful, and I hope that we see each other again next year. Thank you all. Thank you. Goodbye.
Спасибо.